Okay, let's begin. Good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you all very much for coming. We have a quorum. We have 236 people here at Corey Auditorium. Another couple at Benfield. We'll get a count there, but we're well over our quorum of 150, and we've got more people coming in. I hereby call to order the Town of Carlisle Annual Town Meeting of May 18, 2025. I am Wayne Davis, your elected town moderator. Let me welcome everyone here in the Corey Auditorium and welcome our citizens gathered in the cafeteria and in the Benfield Community Room. Let me give a special welcome to anyone who is here for your very first town meeting and your very first Carlisle town meeting. Thank you all for coming. Let me first just need to do a quick audio check. And so first, let me check in with Nancy West, who is connected to us via Zoom at Benfield. Nancy, can you just confirm that you can hear us?
We can hear you.
And we can hear you. And how many people do you have there now?
There's 13 of us here right now.
13 registered voters. Great, thank you very much. And also Christine Stevens in the overflow room in the cafeteria. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
And we can hear you. Great, thank you. My required announcement, your fire exits are to the left at the front and rear of the auditorium. In the cafeteria, the fire exits are also in the right and left corners. If we must adjourn the meeting on an emergency basis, we will reconvene at all the same locations tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. I'd like to take a moment, with your indulgence, to put into both historical and current context what we are doing here today. In our current exercise of local participatory democracy, we maintain and renew a tradition of self-governance practiced in this town since our founding in 1805, 220 years ago, and practiced in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for over 390 years, since the first town meeting in Dedham in 1633. By gathering today, we honor and embrace that nearly 400-year-old tradition, and we most especially honor the town meetings of 250 years ago. They were the local democracies that, by their nature, taught Americans Okay. As I said, I'm sure we all appreciate that, but no more applause. We're in the business part of the meeting. Thank you. Okay, this is just a quick majority vote. We don't need the clickers for this. All those in favor of switching the order so that we consider this, this particular motion earlier in the schedule, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Okay, that is a more than overwhelming majority, so the motion passes, and I so declare. Okay, we now have Alana's here, so those people who had problems with their clickers, could you please raise your hand? Is Alana back there? Okay. Okay, so if you could just keep your hands raised until our assistant clerk switches out your clicker for you. Okay, we are now ready to move to Article 1. Article 1 proposes that the town vote on the fiscal year 2026 operating budget, how much we will spend, what we will spend it on, and where the money will come from. We have a motion from Mr. Cataccio on behalf of the Finance Committee as printed in your motion's handbook. In summary, the motion proposes that we appropriate $36,861,687 amongst the various budget categories as printed in the motion's handbook, and that to meet that appropriation, $200,000 be transferred from free cash, $50,000 be transferred from the ambulance receipts reserved for appropriation fund, and that the balance be raised from the FY 2026 tax levy and other general revenues of the town. You may have noticed I'm making the motions on behalf of the ones that we already have. I'm not going to ask a second. We don't need that nonsense. We know the motion's in play, so let's just move on. That'll be the way we go from here on in. I now recognize Mr. Cataccio to speak to the motion, and then afterwards explain. Then after he speaks, I will explain how we'll manage the discussion. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hello, my name is James Cataccio. I am Chair of the Finance Committee. So a brief overview of the fiscal 26 budget. Now, for this article, we'll be talking about the operating budget. There's a very small amount of additional expense that the town has, but it's less than 1% of this. So overall, this will be just the operating budget. So the fiscal year 26 operating budget is about $36.8 million. This represents an increase of 4.87% from fiscal year 25. That number excludes any warrant or capital proposed expenditures that later this afternoon we'll be discussing. Now, there's an average tax bill increase of 3.46% for this budget. Now, that keeps our excess levy capacity at about 3.5 million, or 10%. Excess levy capacity, simplistically, is the amount, Proposition 2.5, we can tax up to 2.5% is considered our levy capacity. We have excess levy capacity beyond that, which is something that other towns are dealing with overrides and such, and fortunately we are in a good financial position with excess. And that keeps our reserves at 12.40% of our operating budget. So the overall budget process. The Finance Committee starts the budget process in September. We meet with the Select Board numerous times to set budget goals. The budget goals for this fiscal year 26 operating budget was a level service. What that means is that we don't want to increase, we also don't want to decrease any services to the town. We met multiple times with the Concord-Carlisle Regional School District as well as the Concord Finance Committee. We had 24 total Finance Committee meetings over this process. 2 were joint meetings with the Select Board. Now, as part of our process in early January, we have 2-day budget marathons where each department comes and presents their request for fiscal year 26 to the Finance Committee. Now, as part of that process, we don't do this every year, but this year we asked each department to illustrate what a 2% cut from their fiscal year 26 request would represent. So I want to thank each department. They took it seriously when getting back to us on this. It was a way for us to see if there were any efficiencies that we could uncover. There were some in some departments, they creatively found some, but other departments were honest that it was going to be a decrease in service, which did not reach the goal that the Select Board and the Finance Committee had. And we held our public hearing on the 8th of May. Now, the revenue side of the equation. As we all know, property taxes are the majority of the revenue here in Carlisle, representing just shy of 90%, $33 million. State aid comes in at about 6%. Local receipts, just over 4%, and we apply about $250,000 of free cash as a source of revenue in the budget. That totals about $37 million. How this affects the average taxpayer in town. So the fiscal year 26 increase represents 3.46%. For the average tax of $17,428 is an increase of $599 per home. Now you can see with this chart that it is just above average this year. However, it is on course with its typical growth rate. We had a flat level period during and just after COVID. But there were outside factors that caused this year to be a little bit higher than average. So the retirement assessment in town increased substantially from the state, as did our health insurance. The schools had a lot of one-off costs that were beyond their control, such as a newly negotiated busing contract, special education costs, et cetera. And the town reserves. Currently, we have about just shy of $5 million in free cash and about $1.3 million in stabilization. That represents a total of about $6.2 million. As a percent of the budget as stands before any additional capital or any additional financial requests later today are approved, that is 16.82% of the budget. Now, if we were to use all of the expenses that come up later in the various articles, that would bring our total reserves at 12.4%. Now, this is something that we work closely with the Select Board on, where the goal is to keep reserves somewhere between 10 and 12%. Finance Committee has really been looking at the future. In the next few years, there are some very large capital requests that we know are coming. The DPW, the fire station, the police renovation, we will be talking a bit more about that later today, but the cost for that, because it's borrowing, hasn't even really hit. So we're keeping a bit over our 10 to 12% reserves, simply because we know the future there's going to be large expenses. Now the town expense side. $22 million, 55% goes to education. The town invests heavily in the education side, certainly. Town departments represent about 22%. Insurance, benefits, retirement, other types of benefits for town employees. And I'd like to note this does include employees of various different department heads, as well as the Carlisle Public Schools, represents about 11%. Debt service and reserves is about 3%, and there's a reserve fund of a little under 0.5%. So total town expense, $36.8 million. Now, I'm not going to go line item by line item, and I know this is relatively tough to read, but this is all the capital that will be discussed today. 2/3 of this will be in the Article 2, on the capital equipment side, but then there's other areas that will be individual articles. So the total additional beyond the operating budget to be discussed today is just over $4 million additional dollars. Now, reviewing the education expense. Total education expense fiscal year 26 is about $22 million. This is an increase of about 3.46%. Carlisle Public Schools, $13.7 million, increase of 3.9%. Concord Carlisle Regional School District, about $7.5 million. That's an increase of just over 4% without debt. And the vocational total is a little under $100,000, and that was a decrease of about 23%. You can see the Carlisle Public School budget grows at a rate of about 3%. Again, they had one-off expenses this year that were beyond their control, specifically highlighting special education and the busing contracts. So that's why their number is a bit higher than the average, but you can see their average runs at about 3% or just under. Now, this graph represents the Concord Carlisle Regional School District assessment. So the blue plus the orange, the total, represents the total expense for the Concord Carlisle Regional School District. Now, the way that this is assessed to Carlisle is based on the number of students that are sent and educated there. and the percentage of the total school population. It fluctuates a bit here and there. Sometimes there's rather large spikes, but overall the rule of thumb is about 25% or just under is Carlisle's assessment. In other words, Carlisle's share in this education cost. So the combined $31.25 million, it represents a 3.15% increase for Carlisle's share, and the 10-year average of about 3.27, so right on line. So in conclusion, this budget represents a level service budget. It is a bit higher than previous years. The reason being there are key drivers outside of control that more or less we're contractually obligated to have. The 2% decrease, the exercise that we went through with the departments would have impacted services for the town. We know that there are large capital projects on the horizon, the police station, the DPW, the firehouse. One area that the Finance Committee really wants to focus on is maintaining the level of education that we have, but making sure that costs don't go up too dramatically. Every year we also talk, there is an ongoing backlog of capital maintenance here in town. We want to continue to manage the expense containment, maintain level services in the town. We want to always look to efficiencies to see if there's any way to reorganize, share resources, centralization, or any outsourcing options. And finally, this summer, the last point I'll leave you with, we have a wonderful capital plan. I'll talk to that in the next article, where we've really looked forward over a 5-year horizon and looked to see what our expenses are going to be. One exercise the Finance Committee is going to do this summer is we're going to work with each department to really put together a 5-year budget projection. So that way we can look into the next 5 years and see what our capital needs are going to be, as well as what our budget needs are going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the reports of the Finance Committee and the Select Board have both recommended passage of Article 1. Those were unanimous votes in both cases. Did any other boards or committees take a vote on the budget? Probably not. Okay. Let me just highlight that what we're going to be doing, just to speed things up, is at the conclusion of each presentation, I'll report the Finance and Select Board recommendations that I already have. I don't have all the recommendations from all the boards and committees that might have taken a vote on something. So as soon as that presentation occurs, I would like to ask if any board or committee has a vote to report that you move immediately to the microphones, because I'll be asking you to make that report. Okay, thank you for your cooperation on that. Okay, the way that we will be running the discussion on the budget, it's a little bit different than most others. What we do is I'm going to run through the different categories, and if you would like to either pose a question or have a debate or even ask for a completely separate vote on that line item, or I should say category item, just say hold rather loudly, and we will take each of the categories in order. Okay, is that clear? All right, so first we have general government for $2,152,759. Okay. Protection of persons and property at $3,912,213. Okay, no holds there. Public Works, $1,397,591. Health and Human Services at $464,537. Education, $22,147,015. We have a hold on that. Okay, Culture and Recreation, $944,814. Insurance and Fringe Benefits, $4,487,758. Unclassified, my favorite, $150,000. And debt service at $1,205,000. And then again, we see our total of just almost $37 million down at the bottom there. Okay. We had a hold on education. Would someone like to jump ahead of John Ballantyne on this? No? Well then, Mr. Ballantyne, I recognize you for your traditional role at town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Ballantyne, 268 5th Street. My question, it really regards the education budget, which I think most of us are supportive of. It's the largest part. As many of you know, in the budget book, there was not an explanation of it. The FinCom gave a broad overview, but I would just, often we get a mailing from the school saying what's happening in education and everything else. We have not had that mailing, and I'd just like to give the opportunity for the school committee, who's worked very hard, to just give us an overview of what's happening and why we continue to support this. And they were aware of this question beforehand, so there's no gotcha.
Okay, thank you for that question. Would a member of the school committee care to respond to that inquiry? Or you can ask your superintendents if you wish, your option. Yeah, please introduce yourselves.
John, happy to answer any additional questions if I don't.
Brian, please just introduce yourself. We always need to do that for the record. Thank you.
Brian Watterson, Carlisle School Committee in this context. Thank you for the question. I'll do my best to answer it. I would say when it comes to the Carlisle Public School, which is pre-K to 8, that enrollment has been pretty consistent. We have one section of pre-K. For K to 4, we generally offer 4 sections and one section of 3, depending on numbers. And then middle school, 5, 6, 7, 8, we do have 4 sections for each of those. As James alluded to earlier, you know, when it comes to the budget, 2 of our biggest challenges, quite frankly. One, the bus contract. We go out to bid for the public buses. We only get 1 bid back, so it leaves us in a very difficult place when it comes to negotiating. So we did have to, you know, accept that. And while there was some offset in the first year, which we're in currently, that did mean that next year's bus contract is higher. And then special education, especially as we look at out-of-district costs, and making sure that we're supporting all of our students, especially those who have a need to go out of district. That does put a lot of pressure on the budget, and we're very appreciative of FinCom and the Select Board, you know, for working with us. It's a lengthy process. I started with Jim O'Shea and with Sharon talking about this in September, and the increase was actually, there was sticker shock in September when we did the first pass. So that's sort of the state of affairs today.
Hi, John. Julie Viola, Concord Carlisle Regional School District, but also the Carlisle School Committee. So I am the representative, but I'm also the chair at the region. So just to echo in the similar trends at the region, I would just add a bit more on the special education. We looked extensively at both the headwinds and tailwinds. We are an inclusive community. We want to do right by our students. What's happening in I'll say the private sector, a lot of the schools that kids would go to out of district, they are not mandated under the same rules as public education. So if a school wants to charge 15% more, they can do so, and if the needs are there. So that is a big part of what we're doing. I would also say, just on the cost containment side, again at the region, and Dr. Hunter is here, we have done layoffs. We look at that every year to find economies of scale as they come to fruition. And then even things like the amenities building, what we're looking to today, and a huge thank you for the support of everyone evaluating that. We're trying to do whatever we can to offset the taxpayer burden. Brian has served on the subcommittee looking at campus completion and the projects like the amenity building and other things. We have left no stone unturned. To his point, when we first started looking at the budget back in the early fall, sticker shock is a good way of looking at it. So we have looked at every single grant possible, every single cut possible. But the realities that we're facing with a lot of things, that both inflation and just, I'll just say the unexpected cost of living, and the lack of regulation. The other piece is that Bob Connery is here as well, and we've been looking at the circuit breaker funds that come back on special education. Transportation has been another one that has been really hard, so we've reached out to folks like Representative Cataldo and others in town. So we have a lot of things working, and we've done our best to keep it as contained as possible. Any other specific questions, let us know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions on the education budget, or floor is open for debate? Would anyone, please, just, procedures here, go to a microphone as soon as you can so that we don't have to wait for people to move. Just, we want to keep things going quickly. At microphone 2, again, we ask that each time you speak, even if you've spoken before, please introduce yourself by name and your address.
Barbara Poplis, 43 Estabrook Road. First question, on the bus contract, have we relooked at joining with the Concord Carlisle public buses that are used for the high school and using those for the elementary schools and middle schools? It was looked at in the past as a budget possible savings. I don't know with the increase in the Bedford charter service if that was again looked at. Second question is on the proportions for the Concord Carlisle High School. I was wondering if the METCO students count as Concord students or if the proportions are done before the METCO students.
Okay, we have 2 questions. Who's best situated to answer those?
Regarding the bus contract, it is not something that we have recently explored with Concord Carlisle, but I do think it's something just coming off of this last round of bidding that we would like to revisit, but of course would have to think about the capacity of the existing fleet as well as the drivers. And then to answer the question about METCO, the assessment is done before METCO, so it is looking at Concord and Carlisle enrolled students.
Okay, any further questions? Yes, at microphone 1. No? Okay, John, microphone 1's still not working.
Mike Hanauer, Longridge Road. I'm wondering what the present strategy is with respect to those students that want to go to a technical high school.
I was hoping somebody would ask me that. So there's a lot of us here from the school committee, and you may have seen on the paper, the cost to exit the, we exited the vocational contract a number of years ago, or a couple of years ago, I should say. To get back in, not only is it financially really hard for a town our size, Julie Viola, Carlisle School Committee, and Concord Carlisle Regional School District. But in addition to it, the need for, or I should say the demand for vocational services is through the roof across the state. They're almost all at maximum capacity. So that is why you may have seen that Sharon Witt is here. As the chair, we started a group to look at this through the Highland building to see if there's opportunity. John Ballantine has talked, Chrissy O'Shea is here as well from the CPC. There's a number of us looking at that. It's just gonna take some time for us to evaluate the opportunity. We're never gonna have a full vocational offering here directly in Carlisle, but are there opportunities to do certification? Are there opportunities for us to offer things like project management? Scott Jameson's been working with us on that as well. So we're looking at opportunities that if we can't get somebody into a full-blown vocational school, that at least there's a pathway to it. The other thing is, on the heels of the conversation and questions around revenue, there might be an opportunity for us to tuition other students in, so from other towns, and maybe get some revenue to help us with that. So it's not fully baked. We are still meeting as a subcommittee of the Carlisle School Committee, and something that we've talked publicly at our meetings about. You may have seen in the Mosquito. We hope to continue that conversation through the summer and into next year as well, and if anyone has any ideas on that. But the reality of the situation is it's going to be fairly hard to get back into a vocational offering for a town this size, so we're trying to find other ways to do that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, so it looks to me like we've concluded the discussion on education, and doesn't seem like there's a debate such that we need a separate vote on that. So we ready to vote? Okay, so let's get your clickers out. Everyone get ready. And everyone who had an issue before, you got your clicker replaced, is that correct? Okay, very good. So we are about to vote on the FY, no, you don't actually, I'm sorry, you don't need to switch, Jack. We don't need to switch it now. Thank you. We're done for that, the evening, for the afternoon, I think. Yes, so we're voting on Article 1. This is for the full $36,861,687 budget. Voting is now open. You have about 10 seconds.
You're in trouble, man. You sure you want to be chair?
Okay, it looks like everyone has finished voting. Is that correct? Okay. Everyone okay? Okay, the vote is now closed. Okay, and Nancy, if you could just put in the chat what the results are from Benfield. The vote passes by a majority, and I so declare. I will give you the exact count in a moment, as soon as I get it from Nancy. Okay, so we had 285 here, and we had 13 at Benfield, so that's a total of 298 in favor. We had 16 opposed. Motion carries, and I so declare. We are on to Article 2, which is the FY 2026 capital equipment budget. Motion from Mr. Cataccio that the town appropriates $1,279,500 to pay costs of the capital projects as printed in your motion's handout, and to meet the appropriation, $1,194,500 be transferred from free cash, and $85,000 be transferred from the ambulance receipts reserved for appropriation fund. Mr. Cataccio, I recognize you to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. James Cataccio, Chair of the Finance Committee. This is a much quicker one. So fiscal year 26 capital plan process. Each department submits a capital request as part of our overall budget process. We meet with each department to review the department's capital requests. The Select Board also works closely reviewing the capital requests as part of this process. Now, what the FinCom does, we confirm all capital requests are in alignment with the 5-year capital plan as outlined in the Carlisle budget book. I spoke to this briefly in the previous article, but we look closely at the horizon and knowing what's coming. So we want to always make sure the capital requests are ones that we're aware of and we can plan for. So just to briefly run you through the capital equipment plan for fiscal year 26. Carlisle Public Schools has 3. 2 of them are scheduled upgrades, and 1 is a person lift that is to increase safety when doing higher activities here at the school. DPW has 3 requests. They need to replace a 30-plus year old 40-yard trash container, as well as investing in a roadside tractor and mower. Specifically for this one, it's a process that we've been outsourcing for a few weeks every summer, where they mow the weeds and the growth on the side of the road. What this would be doing, outside of those 2 weeks, DPW would have to send their crew. So for this one, it's something that we felt was a public safety. There were numerous complaints, and they would have to send their crew out. So this is an investment where, one, we'll be able to increase public safety, but also we'll be able to better utilize the DPW crew, where they won't be out with weed whackers in between. There is road paving and maintenance supplement. So the select board has felt that we need to increase our investment in our roads. Our roads are deteriorating. This is where that the extra dollars are coming from. So it's a larger number. We get money from the state. This is the amount that we are investing. Fire has a master box system replacement. This is a unit that is end of life, simply needs to be brought up to modern standards, as well as a power cotton loader. What that is if there's someone that has a larger mass, needs to be lifted into an ambulance. We currently have 2 ambulances. One of them has a power cot to lift them into the ambulance. The other one does not. So this will make it so that both ambulances are able to do so. Dispatch, we need another end-of-life system. Our computer-aided dispatch is end-of-life, needs to be replaced. It's no longer being supported. Police have a planned cruiser replacement. This is for a marked cruiser. My understanding is they're looking into, the plan is to get a hybrid with a contingency of non-hybrid, but the plan is to get a hybrid, but making sure that it's within cost and available. Also adding a LiDAR unit. That's one of those signs to try to let people know how fast they're driving. The goal is there, again, public safety, decrease the risk of the town. And then Town Hall has a number of scheduled IT upgrades. So the total here is just shy of 1.2 million. The power cotton loader is coming from an ambulance reserve fund that we have, where the rest of the money is coming from free cash. So in conclusion, the Finance Committee continues to balance the town's needs versus the town's expenses. And it's critical, and all departments do a great job at this, but it's critical that we continue to focus on the 5-year capital plan so we can better look to the future and know how much we're spending. Thank you.
Thank you. We have unanimous recommendations in favor of passing Article 2 from both the Finance Committee and the Select Board. I assume we have no further recommendations from any other town boards and committees. Is that correct? Okay, so the floor is now open for any questions or debate. Please move immediately to the microphone if you'd like to be recognized. Anything? Okay, well then let's take a vote. Again, get your clickers out. We are ready to vote. So this is for the full $1,279,500 appropriation for capital equipment under Article 2. Are we ready? Okay, the vote is now open. And again, if anyone has any issues, just raise your hand quickly. Okay, looking good here. We're almost done. We'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and please close the vote. Okay. The vote total is 296 here plus 14 at Benfield, yes, for a total of 310. I'm saying this out loud so that if you hear me make a mistake, just say so. So 310 in favor, 9 opposed. The motion carries by more than a majority, and I so declare. Okay, pursuant to the procedural motion you approved earlier, we now jump to CPA Motion 7, which is in your motions handout at Article 20. Now this motion, Article 22, yes, page 20, Motion 7 in the motions handout. The motion is from Brian Watterson. As printed in the motions handout, it's for $432,345. This is a CPA appropriation from the undesignated fund to the Concord Carlisle Regional High School for the amenities building. Mr. Watterson, please introduce yourself yet again, and then you have up to 6 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. All right, this time Brian Watterson, Regional School Committee, putting the regional hat on. A few years ago, I was at town meeting to talk about CPA funds for the playground, which is right here on site. When you hear about amenities building, you may be thinking about something equally as exciting and glamorous, but I want to be clear that at the end of the day, what we're about to talk about are public restrooms, and specifically restrooms that are accessible to every single member of the Concord Carlisle community. Last year, the Regional School Committee commissioned a study with Gale Associates to give us a number of different design options. How can we have public restrooms that meet the needs of our community? And we looked at cost, we looked at the longevity of the building, and we ultimately landed on a cinder block option that was 1,700 square feet and would consist of 3 things: bathrooms, a small concessions area, and storage for recreational storage. And this is going to be located on the lower fields of the high school, and I'll pull up a map in a little bit, by the football field. The reason that we are looking at this is, again, we want to make sure that all members of the community are able to use restrooms. And what this building would look like is 8 women's bathrooms or toilets. In the men's room, it would be 4 toilets, 3 urinals, and then there would be 1 that would be a family restroom or single use. When we're talking about the concession space, we are talking about shelves, a sink, plugs. This is not kitchen facilities. We're not going to be making pizza or barbecuing burgers. A space where different groups can sell concessions at different events. And this will be available to the community 3 seasons of the year, not during winter, and for community events as well. So whether it's Kicks for Cancer, Mighty Moose, or recreation as well. Since the school was open, and this was part of the original plan for the school, but we have not put this in 10 years later. And what we have right now are 3 long-term porta potty rentals. One is a handicap facility, and then we have to bring in additional outhouses for events like graduation. We are out of compliance with state code because of the fact that we do not have plumbed toilets at that place at the high school. And again, we have heard from many members of the community who simply can't use the facilities that are there. To quote one local resident, "Having a wheelchair-bound son, it is crucial to have accessible restrooms near the fields for us. Before leaving the house, we have to plan our bathroom breaks. Consider how long we're going to be out of the house. Think about if where we're going has accessible restrooms. Porta potties are cumbersome and require 2 people to assist my son, which is not feasible in all situations. Having the amenities building will give my family and many others with young kids peace of mind to attend events without having to worry about basic bodily function." If you haven't been to the high school for a while, the red circle shows where this building will be located. You can see it is a distance from the high school itself, so it's not like we can just open up the high school for people when they're attending events. And what this picture doesn't really show is that it is a decent hill between the football field and the high school. And here's just a zoomed-in version to show you exactly where it's going to go. To talk about the funding, the project will cost up to $1.85 million. We have since received revised estimates that even with contingency would put it at 1.7, so a little bit lower. But because we don't have the final report, we're still working off of the full amount of 1.85 with the contingency. As we talked about before, Carlisle portion is based off of enrollment on the 1st of October. And so for this past October, that's 23.37. And so the Carlisle portion is $432,345. In speaking with FinCom, with the Select Board, and with other groups, it was felt, knowing that we have so many other projects that we'll be borrowing for in the coming years, that using CPA funds was a smart decision here, because we won't be doing additional borrowing, and there won't be an increase on taxes in Carlisle. The Concord side, completely different. Their town meeting is later, it's in June. They will be voting to borrow as a town. And I want to emphasize that. They're not voting to borrow as the regional school district, voting as a town. And the reason for that distinction is to make sure people understand that as they have interest accruing, that's not going to hit the operating budget for the regional school district. A lot of people between the two communities worked really hard to come up with the right way to structure this, so it was beneficial, especially for Carlisle, and having those CPA funds available. Lastly, before I ask for questions, people have asked, well, why aren't you fundraising for this like the playground? Quite frankly, it's very hard to get people excited to donate money for bathrooms. If anybody would like to make a donation, it is possible. Come speak to me after town meeting. But that's really the reason why. It's hard to get community momentum from a fundraising standpoint, unless you really want that plaque. But that's the reason why we're going with this today. So thank you very much. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions at this point.
Thank you. You were just too damn successful raising money for the playground. What can we say? Okay. Recommendations from boards and committees on this. The CPA, Community Preservation Committee, I should say, voted unanimously to recommend passage of this. Was that correct? And the school committee has a vote on this? Is a recommendation?
The regional school committee, of course, supports this. The Carlisle School Committee, because it is outside of the purview of Carlisle, did not take a position on this one.
Okay, thank you. Did any other boards and I'm sorry, we also had the FinCom and Select Board both voted unanimously in favor, correct? Okay. Any other boards or committees have a recommendation on this? At microphone 5, is this a board or committee recommendation? No. Okay, well then, I'm sorry. Board, I'm sorry, oh, back there. Terribly sorry.
Adam Cotton of Baldwin Road, the Recreation Commission voted to unanimously support this position.
Thank you. Okay. Now, floor is open for a debate or questions. You have 2 minutes at microphone 5. Please introduce yourself.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Lee Stevens of Rogers Road. More than $100,000 per toilet seems high. I'm guessing that there is a fairly high cost for sewer on this job. There's probably nothing there. Is there any breakdowns of the construction costs available?
Okay. And did you have any further questions, or is it just that one? Okay. Mr. Watterson.
Yeah. So that final breakdown is forthcoming. I thought I was going to have it by today, but that report will be coming out in the next week or two. But to answer your question, yes, it's not just the physical structure of the building, but it is also what's underneath as well, and making sure that water, sewer, power is all available in that site. One other thing I just want to add to that, if you're wondering why so many toilets, and this is actually a reduction from a couple years ago when this project was brought forward, but the number of toilets is based off of the capacity of the stadium in that area, and so that is why we're looking at the total number that I mentioned just a little while ago.
Thank you. Any further questions? At microphone 2.
Michael Reich, 53 Nathan Lane. Is there anything in the budget that would cover the maintenance in terms of cleaners and so forth? Or is that something that's off the...
Mr. Watterson.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple things when it relates to maintenance. One is the staff that's going to be able to support this building. And in speaking with the school administration, the staff that is already part of the facilities team at the high school will be able to take this on with no additional hires. In terms of maintenance cost, the projection, at least in these early years, this building does have a lifespan of 50 years. We will be, starting in the FY27 budget, we expect the maintenance to be in the $5,000 to $10,000 range.
And just to be clear, the maintenance costs are not being voted on today. That's future operating budget line items. Okay, exactly. Thank you. Any other questions or debate at microphone 4?
Brian Cruz, 71 Rogers Road. I'd like to preface my comments by saying I have no problem with the town spending money on this. I am concerned with the fact that community preservation funds are being used. That is a finite resource. This is a large amount of money. It's over $400,000. It's not even clear to me that this is an eligible project under the Community Preservation Act. If you're going to spend community preservation funds from recreational purposes as an accessory building, typically it has to be related to an underlying use that is allowed under the Community Preservation Act, and stadiums aren't an allowed use. So I don't see why an accessory structure for bathroom purposes would be an allowed use under the Community Preservation Act either. All that aside, I'm also concerned about the fact that we're spending $430,000 of community preservation funds outside of the geographic bounds of the town. So again, I may be tilting at windmills here. I'm sure this is going to pass, but I don't like the precedent that this sets, that we are using something for the community preservation fund for convenience purposes, rather than saying, hey, if this is something we really should be doing, let's take out some debt on it or find some other way to pay for it like Concord is. This seems a cheap way to use our community preservation funds, and it's not what it's for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Can I respond?
No?
No?
I didn't hear a question there. Are there any further comments or debate? Fair question. Please, in the future, just say point of order, okay? It's a great question, by the way. Mr. Cruz did not pose a question, which was fine. He made comments saying that he was questioning whether it was an appropriate way to spend, but that is different from asking a factual question of anyone, nor did he ask for, did the town council give us a legal opinion or anything like that. Since he didn't pose a question, it is not automatic that I turn back to the proponent and ask for a response. And I normally don't want to have a ping pong match here. We just like to have debate. We like to hear from you and not have it capitalized, so to speak, by just the proponents of a motion, okay? So that's why. At microphone 2.
Julie Viola, 588 Bedford Road, commenting as a resident. Brian, can you answer the question of if this qualifies for...
And again, all questions actually have to be directed through the moderator.
Mr. Moderator.
As was listed on page 2 or 3 of your motions handout. Sure. And by the way, I typically do allow proponents, and again, this is more actually for what I know we're going to hit later on in the warrant, okay? Because when we get to the back end, there are going to be a lot of things that the proponents are going to hear you say that they're going to want to jump up and answer, and the answer is no. I'll give you a chance later on, okay? So now, your last chance unless someone else brings up a new point. Mr. Watterson.
I'll keep this brief. So first of all, there is precedence in this town for using CPA funds for projects at the high school. In 2015, the town meeting did vote to use CPA funds to support the construction of the fields after the construction of the high school. As far as whether this is eligible, we did seek guidance on that. We worked with the CPC. We also worked there's an organization at the state level when it comes to guidance on CPA projects. We actually revised the scope based on their feedback. We were going to include offices for the athletic director, that it would not be included in CPA, so we pulled that from the project. But because these are bathrooms supporting outdoor recreation, football, tennis, baseball, soccer, lacrosse, this project does qualify when it comes to CPA funds.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or debate? Okay, I think we are ready for a vote. This is a majority vote to use $432,345 from the undesignated fund of the CPA funds to support the amenities building at CCHS. Voting is now open. You have about 10 seconds. Okay, looks like we're all set. Take 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. Okay, the vote is 226 here at Corey, plus 14 at Benfield in favor, for a total of 240 in favor, 73 opposed. The motion carries, and I so declare. Okay, we are now back to Article 3. So take a moment to flip back in your motions handouts. The fire engine. Okay, Article 3, our fire engine purchase, additional borrowing approval. We have the motion from Mr. Cataccio as printed in the motions handout, and this is an appropriation of $325 to pay costs of purchasing a new fire engine for the fire department, with the money for that coming from borrowing, so authorizing the select board to borrow that amount. I recognize Mr. Cataccio to speak to the article. Oh, I'm sorry, the fire chief. My mistake. Chief Sorrows.
Good afternoon. Chief Sorrows, 96 Litchfield Drive. We're asking for an increase in the cost for the fire engine that you approved last year. What has happened, getting close to the time when, so unfortunately, right now, fire engines you're buying 3 or 4 years out, and things change in those periods of time. And what happened was, close to the time we were doing the vote last year, they were changing the emissions regulations, and we found out after the vote that the emissions regulations had changed in such a way that the amount of money we appropriated would not have bought the truck. At this point, we also have the issue that who knows what the regulations are going to be in a couple of years for emissions. But this will allow us to sign the contract, get in line for the truck. We will get the truck with whatever the emissions regulations are at the time, and we will pay the amount that is required at the time for those regulations. So the price will be a little bit variable, but this will allow us to get it in. The truck we have was built in 2000. It's has a 25-year lifespan, and it'll be close to 30 years old by the time we are retiring it.
Is that it?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. We have unanimous recommendations from FinCom and Select Board for passage of Article 3. Any other boards or committees with recommendations? Okay, the floor is open for debate. Any further or any questions? Anyone? Okay. Or you can take your adapter from underneath the stage. Thank you for bailing us out the other day. If you don't see it, we'll get it afterwards. I just didn't want you to forget it. Okay, so this is a 2/3 vote. And so just to be clear, this is $325,000, an additional amount over the amount that was authorized last year. And it is a borrowing article, so it requires 2/3. Voting is now open. You have about 10 seconds to vote. Everyone's doing okay, it looks like. Okay, and we'll do a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Okay, the voting is now closed. So, our count that we have is 268 plus 13 in favor for a total of 281 in favor, 28 opposed. That is far more than a two-thirds majority. The motion carries, and I so declare. We are on to Article 4, which is the Town Elevator Modernization Project borrowing approval. Mr. Cataccio has made the motion again. As printed in your motion's handout, in summary, this motion appropriates $1,039,609 to pay for new upgrading, replacing and upgrading elevators at the Carlisle Public Schools, Gleason Public Library, and Carlisle Town Hall. And this is also authorizes the Select Board to borrow that amount. Mr. Cataccio, I'm sorry, got to keep my notes straight. Mr. Lerman, please speak to this.
Hi, my name is Jerry Lerman. I'm chair of the Municipal Facilities Committee. This warrant article is asking the town to appropriate a little over $1 million to renovate 3 elevators. That may sound like a lot of money, but you should keep in mind it is for 3 elevators. They are the elevator in Town Hall, the elevator here at the Grant Building, the school, and the elevator at Gleason Library. These elevators are all more than 25 years old, in some cases almost 30 years old. We commissioned a study to look at the elevators and evaluate them in terms of safety and their working condition, and they recommended replacing all 3 of the elevators because they don't meet current safety codes and they are not reliable. They have some issues. There's some leakage. Some of the things are not working properly. Repairing these elevators are expensive. Most of the manufacturers don't stock parts for those elevators anymore. If we needed something like a control board for the elevator, we would have to go to the internet and do a search and find it, or maybe not. If the parts can't be found, the elevator would be out of service for possibly a protracted amount of time. So why do all 3 elevators at the same time? They all are well past their useful lifetime. They use out-of-date technology. They lack necessary safety features. There are economies of scale to be had. If we do all 3 elevators at the same time, the contractor will come out to Carlisle once with all of their equipment and spend 3 or 4 weeks doing the elevators, rather than having somebody come out 3 different times to do the work. It also is possible that if we use the same technology in 3 elevators, it means that we can borrow parts from one of the elevators to replace a part that isn't functioning in a more critical elevator. This will provide more reliability to the town. Let's see. So there are numerous reasons to support this article. It is a continued investment that we're making in the infrastructure for the town of Carlisle. If the elevators go out of service, we would have to go through a bidding process that could possibly take a long period of time. Doing all 3, in fact, this doesn't usually happen, but the estimate we got from our consultants was for more than the actual bid came in, which testifies to the fact that there are economies of scale in doing all 3 at the same time. So we think this is a good investment for the town of Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Lerman. So we have recommendations from the Select Board, FinCom, and obviously the Municipal Facilities Committee, all unanimous in favor of Article 4. Any other boards or committees that wish to report a vote on this? Let's start at microphone 1.
Is this, yep, the library trustees support this.
Please introduce yourself.
Sorry, Caitlin Watterson, 80 Aberdeen Drive. I'm the chair of the library trustees, and the trustees voted to support it.
Thank you. At microphone 2, please.
Barbara Poplis, Estabrook Road. Just a comment.
Now, I'm asking for boards, we're just boards and committees at this point reporting. If any, have any others taken a vote on this? Okay, you may now proceed.
Just a question. You said using the same parts you could share between one or another of the elevators. That only makes sense if you keep parts in storage and do logistics. Does that mean you're going to actually have some spare parts that you could then use on any of the elevators?
Yes, you may answer that.
The answer is no, we won't have spare parts, but what it means is that, let's say the elevator at the school is out of service because of a malfunctioning part. We could borrow that part from the elevator at Town Hall, which would put that elevator out of service, but that might be a useful trade-off if the school elevator is providing a more crucial function.
Thank you. Next question at microphone 2, please.
Yep, Neil Lumber, 63 East Riding Drive. Just a curious question. The things that were just approved, if we approve this one, the one before, does this show up in the next year's budget? Is that the way it works?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I follow the question.
We approve this amount through this vote just now.
Yes.
Does this show up in next year's budget? Is that the way it works?
Okay, that's actually a good question. Let me ask Mr. Cataccio to explain how the FinCom handles these things and presents them.
So this is, I'll answer 2 parts, but this specific one is debt. So they would go out and issue debt. So it would affect the overall tax base in the future, but it would not be something that's operating the operating budget that I presented in Article 1. For a few other things that are in this motion packet, it would, if it's not debt, it would be coming out of most likely free cash or other reserve funds that the town has.
So just to clarify, the debt service each year, would that appear as a line item, as part of the debt service line item in the operating budget?
Yes, it would. Thank you, Wayne.
Okay, does that address your question? So you're not going to be asked to vote again for another $1 million?
That one line item, that big $1 million line item, just doesn't get attached to next year's budget, is what you're saying? Because it comes out of different funds from the town.
Right, yeah, it's a different, yeah.
Okay, I'm just...
Budgets are only accounting buckets. Okay, do we have any other comments or debate? At microphone 2, please.
I just have a question about these proposed
Could you
elevators.
please introduce yourself?
Dan Barlow, Hanover Road.
Thank you.
I have a question about these proposed elevators, and I'm wondering if they will have a voice mechanism on them, or if it's possible to add that to them.
Mr. Lerman?
I'm not sure. The one thing that I know is that the new safety features include things like improved communication in case the elevator gets stuck, and improved features on opening and closing the doors in the event of power failures. We certainly can make inquiries about whether they can be voice activated.
Thank you. Any further comments or debate or question? Okay, looks like we are ready to go to a vote on Article 4. Again, this is for $1,039,609 to pay for 3 elevators and a borrowing, so 2/3 are required. The vote is open, and you have about 10 seconds. Okay, and we're almost done. 3, 2, 1. We'll now close the vote. Okay, so our voting is 279 plus 15, which makes 294 in favor, 22 opposed. Motion carries by more than a two-thirds majority, and I so declare. We're now on to Article 5, Library Heating and Cooling Coils Project Borrowing. Mr. Cataccio has made the motion that the town appropriate $700,000 to repair or replace the Gleason Public Library heating and cooling coil units. This is also authorizing the Select Board to borrow those funds. I recognize Mr. Lerman to speak to the motion.
Hi, I'm still Jerry Lerman, Chair of the Municipal Facilities Committee. This proposal is asking for $700,000 to make changes to the heating and air conditioning system at the Gleason Library. In particular, we'd like to replace 43 fan coil units and 2 of their associated pumps, plus install a new building management system, which is essentially a computer that will run them. So what's a fan coil unit? Well, there are 43 of them sprinkled throughout the library. Most of them are 25 years old. Some are considerably older than that. They're connected to pipes that receive hot water in the winter to run through a coil, and a fan blows across the coil and blows that hot air out into the library. In the summer, they get cold air from the chiller, and the same thing happens. So they're called fan coil units. This is what one of the newer ones look like. The older ones are encased in lovely wooden cabinets by many of the windows in the library. This is one with the wooden cover removed. So why replace them? Because number one, they're old. They're past their useful lifetime. Many of them have constrictions in their coils that reduce the water flow through them and hence reduce their efficiency in delivering either warm air or cool air. The most important difference is that each has a manual thermostat. In order to set the temperature that it operates at, somebody has to actually turn a dial. One of the things that makes operations difficult is that it's really not feasible to do things like turning down the temperature in the evening when the building isn't occupied. It makes changing over from heating to cooling a little cumbersome, and it doesn't allow for changing the temperature for times when, let's say, the Hollis room is in use, but other rooms in the library are not in use and don't need to be heated or cooled. The new fan coil units will, number one, be much more efficient. They will be connected by wires to the building management system, which can be programmed to turn the temperature down at night, turn it back up in the morning, and can be set to accommodate meetings at various times. It's similar to the systems we already have installed at the school and at Town Hall. It can be remotely accessed by the facilities director to make changes to the conditions inside the library. The new pumps, the pumps that are in place right now are single-speed pumps. That means that whether the building needs to be heated by just a little or by a lot, the pump runs at full speed all the time. The new pumps are called variable drive pumps, which will run at 50% capacity if the demand for heat is not high, and the building management system will manage the control of those pumps. The new fan coil units and the new pumps, in conjunction with the building management system, will make the energy efficiency of the building considerably greater than it is now. So why do it now? Well, as you may know, the library is embarking on a big renovation project. Making these changes to wires and pipes in various parts of the building can best be done as part of the renovation project. It also involves expanding the mechanical room to make some more additional space for some of the new equipment. So what are the benefits? The changes will make the HVAC system in the library much more efficient. It will cut down on the energy costs to run the building. The temperatures in the building can be much more easily controlled, which will result in greater comfort for users of the library. The energy efficiency is consistent with Carlisle being a green community. So again, this is an investment in the infrastructure of the town, and we ask for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Lerman. We have recommendations, again, unanimous from FinCom and Select Board in favor of Article 5. And what do we hear from the library trustees? Ms. Watterson.
I don't need to introduce myself again.
Please do.
Caitlin Watterson, 80 Aberdeen Drive, Chair of the Library Trustees. The Library Trustees voted to support this.
Thank you. Any other recommendations? At microphone 2, please.
Eric Ballas, 105 Knoll Farm Road. The Environmental Sustainability Committee unanimously supports passing Article 5.
Thank you. Any other boards or committees with recommendations? Okay, the floor is open for debate. Anyone? Okay, at microphone 1, please.
Ellen Kriegel, Fisk Street. Climate control in the library is not just for people, it's for books. If you put the temperature down too low, you're going to get mold. And in discussing the savings and why you're doing this, there weren't any real numbers, and I'm really wondering how much lower you can bring the temperature. And, you know, this is going to be one of those, well, we kind of didn't think about all the ramifications of what we're doing. And the other thing is, I have learned the hard way that all these wonderful controllers seem to last about 10 years, and then, oops, the parts are no longer available. And I was fortunate that I had a smart person who could replace a $1.59 part and save me $20,000 worth of HVAC costs, where I was told the unit was no longer available. So I'm wondering what these, I mean, maybe we really need to do this, but it seemed kind of vague as to what we're really benefiting from.
Mr. Lerman, would you like to address that?
Okay. Well, there are two things. One, there is a separate ventilation system, which we actually installed just a year or two ago, that is responsible for keeping the CO2 and humidity levels in the library at levels that are set to be, number one, comfortable, and number two, safe for the books. The same goes for temperature. The setbacks obviously would be arranged in conjunction with the library personnel. We wouldn't lower temperatures or do anything that would endanger the books and papers that are stored in the library.
Thank you. And microphone 1.
Ayla Solomon, 85 Bellows Hill Road. You said that part of the issue with the old machines was that they had a bunch of sediment buildup. I'm wondering if the library has or is planning to acquire a water treatment system that would remove some of that sediment and make sure that particular problem doesn't recur.
Well,
Mr. Lerman?
as a matter of fact, that has already been done. Sometime about maybe 4 years ago, there was a filter that was lacking in the library that allowed the water that was circulating to contain a lot of stuff that shouldn't be in water. That filter has been in place for quite a while. So it probably is the case that sediment isn't building up, but what's there is there.
And of course, as many of us homeowners have already learned, we will check to make sure that that filter gets changed regularly now, right? Okay. At microphone 1.
Mike Hanauer, Long Ridge Road. The interior of the library is coming up for a major renovation, and I wanted to know if this is in addition to that, is it part of that? And also, will whatever is done, if it's beforehand, will it need to be partially redone as part of the library renovation?
Mr. Lerman?
Well, the plan is to do this in conjunction with the library renovation. so that any disturbance to walls will happen as part of the library renovation will involve creating some new walls and perhaps removing existing walls. All of this will be done at the same time that the renovation is going on. But it would be much more expensive to do it. If the library renovation doesn't happen, then the cost of doing this would probably increase. Part of the library renovation includes an expansion to the mechanical room, which houses all of these pumps, the furnace, and the filter systems, and a lot of the other infrastructure for the library. The renovation will include expanding that space by an amount to allow for new equipment.
Thank you. Any further debate or questions on this? At microphone 2.
Sorry, Barbara Poplis, Estabrook Road. You said it's going to have a cost savings. I'm sure you must have calculated the cost savings, and perhaps you could tell us what the cost savings would be in energy?
Mr. Lerman?
The answer is that it's extremely difficult to calculate those kinds of cost savings. The one thing that is clear is that by operating the system with setbacks at night and making the system not run at 100% capacity all the time will absolutely result in some amount of cost saving.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay, looks like we are ready for a vote. This is $700,000 as a borrowing, so a 2/3 will be required. $700,000 for the fan coil project. Voting is now open. You have about 10 seconds. Okay, looks, everyone doing okay? Almost done. 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. Okay, our vote is 259 plus 15, making 274 in favor, 30 opposed. The motion carries by more than 2/3, and I so declare. We're now on to the most exciting part of the day, the consent agenda, Article 6. Mr. Snell moves that Articles 7 through 17 be considered in one motion, and that the motions for Articles 7 through 17 be hereby adopted as printed in the motions booklet. Okay, here's how this rolls. What we do is we actually take 2 votes. One will be a procedural vote where I'll just take a quick voice vote to get your agreement that we can do this consent agenda. If you vote yes, what that means is that we'll basically handle these 10 articles, or 11, I suppose, all in a single vote, similar to the way we do it with the budget. I'll run through and ask for holds. Is that clear to everyone? Okay, quick voice vote. Are you in favor of doing a single vote on Articles 7 through 17 by using the consent agenda? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries, not quite unanimously, but by a majority, and I so declare. I appreciate when someone tries to keep me awake up here. Okay. Now on to the rest of it. Okay, so I will quickly read through, and if you would like to, if you say hold, that means you have a question or that you'd like to have a separate vote. We'll figure out which one it is afterwards, but I'll quickly run through and ask for a hold. Article 7, the town reports, which I would point out includes the town administrator's Patriot Act report. Any holds? Okay, none. Article 8 sets the salaries of elected officials. Any holds on that? Hold. Hold, okay, we have a hold on Article 8. Article 9 is the actuarial valuation of post-employment benefits, $4,000 appropriation. Any holds? Okay, Article 10 is the FY 2026 Chapter 90 authorization, which is borrowing $434,191 to be expended. This is this is on road work in anticipation of then getting the funds back through Chapter 90 from the Commonwealth. Any holds on that? Article 11 is the PEG, Public Educational Government Local Access Appropriation. That's $150,000 from the local access receipts. Any holds on that one? Hold on that one as well. Article 12 is the Department Revolving Funds Authorization, and that is that money be spent from the revolving funds accounts that are listed in your motions handout. Revolving funds simply mean that these boards or committees are able to charge various fees, whether it's for permits, tickets, whatever. Money comes in, and then it just authorizes them to spend the money on the other side. That's Article 12. Any holds on that? Article 13, the FY 2026 salary and wage table, which is that fun grid you have on page 13. Any holds on that? Okay, none. Oh, plus also the table on page 14. Article 14, the abandoned funds disposal process. This is a statutory procedure, and this would allow us to use the procedure that the Commonwealth has now afforded us. Any holds on that? Article 15 is the prudence investment rule. Again, statute creates a new possibility for the town in managing its trust funds, called the prudent investment rule. Hold on that one. Article 16, demand fee increase, and that's to allow the tax collector to charge for each written demand a fee of $15 under taxes. Any holds on that? Okay. Article 17 would be the acceptance of the statute for the HERO Act veteran exemption amount adjustment. Any holds on that one? Okay, we have run through all of these. I'm going to go back to the ones that were held, and then you'll let me know if it's just a question, and if at the end of your questions you want us to have a debate, whole separate debate, and vote on it, we can do that, but you'll let me know at that time. So first, the first one where we had a hold was on Article 8, the salaries of elected officials. At microphone 1, please.
Hello, I'm Debbie Bentley. I live at 128 Hill Road. I would like to know, I would just like some clarification of why, when we all volunteer without any salaries or stipends, why are these 4 people given or provided with this? I don't like to call it a salary because it's a stipend, but why do we give them some money? So.
Great question. Does anyone here know the answer to that one? Okay. I will exercise my discretion to, oh, do you think you have an answer? Please. Introduce yourself.
Michael Fitzgerald, 508 Autumn Lane. Just for some historical perspective on this, the first year I had been elected to the Board of Selectmen, we voted unanimously to remove the fee or the payment that was being made. That was some 30 years ago now, I think, or somewhere. somewhere around there. We left it up to the other boards to decide whether they wanted to do that or not, and the only ones that were made left a small amount, so we just decided to leave it alone.
Thank you for that. I can tell you I spend more than $50 in personal expenses as moderator, which I don't submit to the town. So. And it's also recognized as it's okay for the moderator to continue to preside on this particular article, generally recognized in the state, without a conflict of interest. Anything else on Article 8? And Debbie, you're not asking for a separate vote on that, are you?
Oh, can I?
Do you want to still be my friend? Okay. Article 11. We had a hold on that.
Ellen Kriegel, Fisk Street. I guess I'm really asking, this seems to be a place where funding is happening, but the service from Comcast has been less than wonderful to the town. It's never clear to me who in the town agrees to these things. And when the televisions got upgraded to high def, the service on the local level and the programming from Concord that they were helping us with decreased. And I just don't know where and when do we get an improvement in all of this? And is this money gonna, do anything for improving the quality of the local programming that we get and the quality of the stuff? Or are we just gonna vote for this year after year after year, and the money goes and nothing ever seems to happen? So probably the wrong place to ask, but I've never found a place to ask.
That's perfectly okay. I will frame this question as, can someone please explain exactly what the PEG appropriation is and what its connection is or lack of connection to the actual delivery of service that people receive from Comcast? Who will address that, Mr. Snell? Okay, we'll turn it over to our town administrator, Mr. McLean. I recognize you to address the question.
You want to come up without permission? All right, that's a great question. So the PEG funds, as discussed here, I'm Ryan McLean, by the way. I always do that. I'm Ryan McLean. I'm the town administrator and very honored to serve in this role here in this community. So PEG funds are funds that are a special appropriation. So when we sign a licensing agreement with Comcast, we get special revenue from subscribers that collect in its own fund. And then this fund requires that town meeting appropriate those funds. So these funds are used to all of our great MMN folks here that are recording this meeting and putting it out live, all of our live broadcasts of meetings, et cetera, and anything that is related to some of the information we push to through our local cable channels all comes from this account. There is, quite honestly, more money in this account than we can spend, but it is very limited. One of the things that we are asking in this article this year is to include some costs that'll go into the police station renovation building, which will be an article that's being discussed. So that room is going to turn into a mini Clark room, if you've ever been into the Clark room, where the community can use it, and it's a secondary place for meetings and other public stuff to be recorded and then sent to the community. In terms of the question that was asked, negotiating with Comcast, they do come in here. We do have a negotiation with them where we use a needs assessment in order to try and improve the services to the town. That is done in the license agreement, but it is very structured, and we do not have a lot of power and authority. So we do the best we can to chip away at some improvements, to expand services to various parts of the community, and to get funds like these to help improve programming. But it's not going to fully address what you're talking about, and I completely empathize with what you're saying.
Okay, thank you. Do you need a separate vote on this article? Okay. Let us then move to Article 15.
Sorry, Wayne, I just have one other quick question on this.
Please.
So you mentioned.
Please introduce yourself.
Sorry, Carly Cox.
I'm sorry, could you please introduce yourself
Yes,
first?
Carly Cox, 318 Maple Street. So my question is, you mentioned that the amount, so I guess, so with 150,000 is what we're voting to appropriate. How much do we actually get from Comcast every year?
Mr. McLean, could you answer that?
Around $90,000 a year.
So the follow-up question then, if we only get 90,000 and we're appropriating 150,000, where's that extra 60,000 coming from?
Mr. McLean?
So this account accumulates over time, and we have never spent the full appropriation that's here. I'm looking at our town account, we have about $500,000 in this account. We do not expect to spend 150, but we want to make sure that we use as much of this money as possible for the police station renovation project to lower the tax impact of that project, which is why it's going higher. So normally we ask you for 100, we never spend 100. This time we're asking for more just for that opportunity and option to lower that project cost. But
Thank you.
I think what you're asking is, do we have enough money? And I would say professionally, the finance team believes yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anything further on that? Okay, and we won't take a separate vote on that. Now we're on to Article 15. There was a hold on the prudent investment rule. Microphone 4, please.
Glenn Potashnik, 145 Indian Hill Road.
Feel free to lift that microphone up if it's...
Sure.
Okay.
I tried reading the law, and it's not written for non-lawyers to read. I just want to know, are there any guardrails? Because I'm aware of Orange County's bankruptcy in '94 and more counties, more communities than I care to list going bankrupt in 2008 due to the financial crisis. What is allowed and not allowed under this rule?
Good question. Who would be the most appropriate person to speak to that? Yeah, please. Just introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Nason. I'm the treasurer-collector for the town of Carlisle. Regarding the prudent investor law, this is something that came about a couple of years ago. The state allows city and towns to vote individually on this. It is mostly for our trust funds, which would consist of our library trust funds, our scholarship funds, and our cemetery funds. It's not all the town funds at all. These funds, we work along with a company called Bartholomew. They help us invest in funds that are allowable under Mass General Law, and they also advise us on these particular funds. Most of these are invested in money market funds or, money market funds, condensed funds with lots of things in them. However, Mass General Law does allow us, outside of this prudent investor law, to invest in 22 stocks. These stocks are things like Pepsi-Cola, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Kimberly-Clark, a couple of electric companies from years ago type things. Most of these, what the government has found is that they're outdated. We do not invest in anything that is sustainability related, anything that would be technological advances. So this would allow us a broader range of stocks to be able to be invested in. That being said, we don't have to invest. We don't have to move any of our investments if this is adopted, and we feel they're in a safe place right now. However, it does give us the option down the road to invest in companies that may yield a larger return. and be an actual safer investment than some of the companies that are being invested in right now.
So thank you for telling us what this rule allows, but I believe the question was, what are the guardrails specifically? So if you could address this statute, what will we not be permitted to invest in if we vote yes on this?
Sure. So we still will not be able to invest in things like cryptocurrency. We will not be able to invest in, marijuana facilities or things like that. The state is still very strict on what would be invested in.
Okay.
That's
Thank you.
all I need to know.
All right. No need for a separate vote on that? Okay. Anything further on Article 15? Okay, and that was the end of the holds. I don't believe that we need to have a separate vote on any of these, so we're ready to vote on the entire package of Articles 7 through 17. Voting is now open. Everyone okay? And do the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. And we have a total of 287 plus 13, and even 300 in favor. 6 opposed. Motion carries by more than a majority, and I so declare. Okay. We are now on to Article 18, the police station renovation project, additional funding. We have the motion is made as printed in your motions handout by Ms. Arnold. And in summary, this motion is to amend the prior authorization from the 2024 annual town meeting. So adding to that appropriation, which was $3,550,188, adding an additional $694,344, leading to a total of $4,244,530, all to pay for the police station renovation project, and further to authorize the select board to authorize that, and further specifying that that authorization is not effective unless and until the town votes for a Prop 2.5 override at the ballot box. So I now recognize Ms. Spinney to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Suzanne Spinney. I'm chair of the Police Station Renovation Building Committee, and we came before you last year, and you approved the project. We went through what the project was about, and we had at that time a 90%, what we called a 90% construction document set and a professional cost estimate. And since then, since last year, we received final approvals from town committees. Various committees are still in the process of finalizing their comments. And a final bid set was prepared. We also have retained a professional owner's project manager. An owner's project manager is required for all public works, so this is something we are required to do. And then we interviewed, and so we selected a project manager, and then the project was bid because they wanted to have a chance to look at the documents. The lowest, we had 8 bids. They were fairly close, which made us feel comfortable that the scope of the work was adequately and well documented in the construction set. The lowest bid is $3,383,401. So APC Development is committed to building the project for that amount. plus any ad alternates. There was a series of small ad alternates that we're still reviewing, and for any change orders that may be required due to unforeseen conditions. So what's happened financially over the past year? Three things that sort of affected where we were relative to what we asked for last year. One was the actual bid versus a cost estimate. And it was over a year since from the last cost estimate, and inflation and uncertainty continue to affect the construction market. But this bid from APC Construction is a contractual obligation that they are required to hold until we are able to sign a contract, the town can sign a contract with them. The owner's project manager. Based on a number of discussions with various town committees, we increased the scope of what the OPM will be doing. There will be a daily presence on site. So we've increased the scope of the OPM scope from about $125,000 to what was originally anticipated for the scope of their services. And then contingency. So to be extra conservative, our OPM and the Select Board and Finance Committee have requested that the contingency be large enough so that we never ever have to come back to you again. So our contingency line item is about $200,000 more than originally budgeted. And this is where, you know, the day-to-day work of the OPM will help make sure that when the contractor starts asking for things, that the OPM is there every day to say yes or no, whether it's a reasonable request. On the other hand, in terms of what may help keep the project down a little more, or as Ryan had talked about, and other people talked about, the PEG funds. And the PEG funds can be used in part of the renovation for the equipment in the community room. And in addition, not included in this, because, but we believe there's a commitment for about $58,000 rebate for the energy efficient equipment in the building. That will be part of the renovation. So the total project cost that we're asking for up to this amount can be borrowed would be $4,244,531, including the contingency value of $454,771. And this will be a borrowed account. But to the extent you don't, contingency funds are not expended, that money does not get borrowed. This will affect, the cost of this will, to the average Carlisle household is approximately $177 per year, declining annually for the length of the loan. Last year, that was estimated based on what was our cost estimate last year, that would have been $134 per year to the average Carlisle home. So we're asking this would be an increase of $42 per year per household. I'm guessing many of you here were last year when we discussed the details of the project and why it's important. But to the extent you want a refresher or you haven't been here, Chief Amendola is just going to quickly run through the critical work that's required and why this is an important project for the town of Carlisle. And if there are more detailed questions about this, we still have the plans from last year, and we can address specific items. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Chief Andrew Amendola of the Carlisle Police Department. Just going to review some of the project goals that we sat down and discussed for quite some time, but I felt it was important to revisit as a community to go over those goals. So the main goal is modernize the police station to meet accreditation standards and goals. That's been a goal of the police department for a number of years. Increase retention and recruitment. Unfortunately, some studies have found that with states of police departments, oftentimes people will not want to work in those types of environments. Improve officer safety. That's really includes the booking area that will be renovated. It's really not a safe place for officers to bring prisoners in and out of there. One of the other main goals is to increase gender parity by expanding the female locker room. Right now it's a tiny spot, needs a lot of work. Create a community room. The town administrator McLean spoke about that, having a spot for the community as a backup clock room or to host events or any type of meetings that anyone would like to use. The main goal of that is to really kind of build that bridge between the police department and community as one. Upgrade aging building systems to meet the town's financial and sustainability goals as identified in the master plan. New systems to require less energy to operate, which I think Suzanne touched on a little bit as we moved on here. So the goals haven't changed. The vision still exists, so I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Okay. We have unanimous recommendations from FinCom and Select Board for passage of this article. Do we have any other boards or committees that have a recommendation? Okay, the floor is open for debate on Article 18. Anyone? We heard this, we've been here before. Okay, it looks like we're ready for a vote then. This is a 2/3 vote. We are authorizing an additional amount for the fire station. So we get up to a total of 4 million.
Police.
Police station, I'm sorry. Police station. Yep, I can hear the former fire chief and the former police chief arguing still. $4,244,532 for the renovated police station, borrowing and Prop 2.5 override. Voting is now open. Please grab your clickers. Okay, and we'll do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and voting is now closed. Okay, so our vote is 228 plus 14 for a total of 242 in favor, 42 against. Motion required 2/3. It carries by more than 2/3, and I so declare. Now on to the fire station. Okay, Article 19, the fire station renovation design. Mr. Modell moves Article 19 as printed in the motions handout, and that's to transfer $150,000 from free cash to pay for the design of the fire station renovation. I recognize Mr. Snell to begin, and then the fire chief.
Great. Actually, I'll turn it over to the fire chief to start. I'm Travis Snell, chair of the select board.
So Brian Sowers again, 96 Litchfield Drive, fire chief. So what do we do here? So we're here to talk about some money to study what we can do at the fire station. The fire station was built in 1985. It was a great improvement over what we had before. It was it meets a lot of our needs well, but when they built it, they knew they were going to need more. They expected to be able to put a floor on top. They expected to be able to build out the back. They cleared space for that and all of that, but we have never done the additions. At this point, we find that codes have changed and we won't be able to build on top. In addition, if we go up, we need elevators and we don't want elevators, so we're in that world. So now we're going to look into what we can do. Fire department is about 100 years old. We were formally established around 1926. When the center of town burned. We have a dynamic staffing. Yeah, it always takes a disaster to get people to move. We have a dynamic staffing. We call it an on-call department. It has served the town very well. Developing and maintaining this old on-call department, though, takes a team effort. And the leadership of the town, the leadership of the department, and the incredible dedication of the members of the department have kept it going, but also the support of town meetings like this one. So now it's our turn to move ahead. We have an interesting system in our town. We've developed a system for fighting fires. We do not have pressurized fire hydrants, as many of you know. Our predecessors developed a very well-designed system. It takes specialized equipment and training. For us, a driveway is up to 2,000 feet long, a little different. For us, the water source, instead of being every 500 feet away, maybe 4,000 feet or thousands of feet away, and it doesn't just come popping out of the ground like a fire hydrant. We have to do the work. So we have developed a system, as I say, we have specialized equipment. A lot of our equipment is larger, has capabilities other towns do not have around us. Kind of the big difference we have around other towns that do rural water supply is that the towns around us don't. So we are dependent to do that ourselves. Towns around us can help us fight fires, but not really get us the water. So we have long lays of hose, we have hard suction, we have all of these kinds of things to make this work. The other kind of thing we have in this town is a high risk of wildfires. Every single one of our trucks can fight a wildfire. And that's, when you think about what can be a disaster in this town, that's one of the things we worry about. So we do have space needs, obviously, as they expected when they built the station. But we have ambulances that we have to back right up against the wall. We had to shorten the bumpers to get it in. We have gear that's right in the middle. We don't have space to work on things. We don't have space to move around. So obviously, we have an issue. We also do not have offices. There is one office in the building. We have multiple people who need offices. In the foyer and the entry, we have an office. In the classroom, we have 2 offices. The classroom is much too small for the number of people we have. So obviously, we have an issue. The other part of it is we need the ability to do remote work in terms of retaining and recruiting people. People who live more than 4 minutes away, if they could work there, we can increase where we can recruit from. We have no sleeping quarters, and we need them. Decontamination issues. So they realize now that what you get all over you when you fight fires is an issue. And the state did get us grants to get some equipment to decontaminate our gear, but you have to go outside the building to get to it because of the space cramp needs, but also our gear is all on the floor. This is not state-of-the-art. This is not the way a modern fire station should operate. In terms of other kinds of safety issues, basically we cram things wherever we can find them, and all of these things are an issue. Through COVID, we had about 25% of our employees were women. Now we're more like 15%. A lot of them went off to med school, but we still have 7 women in our department, and our locker room has a sign on it, has an E for everyone. You turn it, and it turns into M. Turn it the other way, it's W for women. This is not how we should be treating our employees, and we need to be able to support more than just firemen in our town at this point.
Great. Well, I think pictures are worth 1,000 words, and so the select board has been looking at this for a number of years. We've had a committee to look at potentially rebuilding or at a new location. We decided that this was the most economical thing to do. It's 40 years old, as the chief said. So our goals in the select board when we looked at this was that it'll provide for the proper health and safety of the firefighters. It'll accommodate gender parity within the facility. And then it provides adequate equipment storage and appropriate truck storage. That's the thing that we're here to ask today, because we need to study that a little bit more so that we can come to fall town meeting with a definitive schematic plan as well as a budget to have you then vote for the next step. So we're taking this in incremental steps. And lastly, we want this fire station to retain its long-term capacity for an on-call fire department. We have a real gem within Carlisle to have this on-call force rather than having a full-time career firefighting force. If we were to have to move to that, it would be a major expense for this community. So we're trying to do this, we're trying to do it thoughtfully and move that forward. So the ask here is $150,000. This is going to be used for the site survey, finalizing the equipment storage, better developing this plan so that we can come to the fall town meeting prepared with something for you to vote on Likely to be a vote on the architectural design plans at the fall town meeting to then, or authorize those so that then we could potentially get to a point of building it if the town votes in the spring of 2026. And this is a breakout because some people would ask, what is the $150,000 going to be used for? But that just gives some more detail. With that.
Okay, thank you very much. My big takeaway from that, if your daughters or granddaughters are considering med school, tell them to get a couple of years on their resume working for the Carlisle Fire Department. Okay, we have recommendations from the FinCom and Select Board unanimously in favor of Article 19. Any other boards or committees? At microphone 2.
Eric Ballas, 105 Knoll Farm Road. The Environmental Sustainability Committee voted unanimously to support this article.
Thank you very much. Any other boards or committees reports? Okay, floor is open for debate. At microphone 4.
John Ballantyne, 268 5th Street. Just a couple points. This discussion has been going on for 10 years, this discussion about public facilities and public safety, as Brian and the chiefs know. I was on the master plan that was originally part of outlining the need for public safety. At that point, we thought that there was, and we still think, that we can probably do this for $10 million. There was another important point that that Chief Sorrows mentioned, was the need to maintain the on-call department, which means housing and having facilities and housing, whether you do it within the facility or you have housing in other parts of town. So we have that, and that will be feeding into the other articles that we need to do that, and the master plan was looking at that, and this is the longer-term facilities. So this is the first step, and that we have to look at the whole picture, and so that we can maintain an on-call fire.
Thank you. Any other comments? Anyone? Okay, looks like we know what we're doing here. We're ready to vote. This is $150,000 from free cash to pay for the cost of a fire station renovation design. All in favor or opposed? Bring out your clickers and let's vote. Voting's now open. Looks like we're almost done. 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. And our total is 268 plus 14, so 282 in favor, 7 opposed. This was a majority vote, so the motion carries by a majority, and I so declare. We are now on to Article 20, which is the Conservation Restriction Assignment. I'm going to recuse myself from this because I am the trustee of the real estate trust that sold this land to the state. So to avoid an appearance of conflict, I'm going to recuse myself, and I turn the meeting over to the town clerk to run an election to select a temporary replacement.
Good afternoon. Seeing that moderator Wayne Davis has recused himself, I, Town Clerk Ashley Cody, will facilitate the process to elect an acting town moderator. The acting town moderator will facilitate the discussion and vote on Article 20, with the understanding that once the vote on Article 20 is taken, Moderator Wayne Davis will resume the role of town moderator for the meeting. Do I hear a motion to open nominations? So, do I have a second? Do I hear any nominations? All right, microphone 4.
Vanessa Maroney, Bedford Road. I nominate Rebecca Vieira of 48 Bingham Road.
All right, that was Rebecca Vieira of 48
Bingham
Bigham
Road.
Road. Okay. Do I hear any other nominations? Hearing no other, is there a motion to close the nominations?
So moved.
All right, and is there a second? Second. All those in favor of closing the nominations, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. I declare that the motion carries, and I will now open the vote to Rebecca Vieira. All those in favor of Rebecca Vieira as acting town moderator, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. I declare that Rebecca Vieira has been elected to serve as acting town moderator. I'll now turn the meeting over to her.
Thank you. So on Article 20, Madeline Blake is here to present the article that was moved by Kate Reed. So Madeline.
Hi, everyone. I'm Madeline Blake. I'm here on behalf of the Conservation Restriction Advisory Committee for Article 20. Article 20 asks the town to transfer a conservation restriction to the state. On April 10th, 2025, the state, through the Department of Conservation and Recreation, purchased a 23-acre lot on East Street from the longtime landowners, the Davis family. And the state had identified this parcel as a valuable addition to the state park going back to the 90s. And the purchase allows this land to be made part of the state park. Since 1978, the Davis land has been subject to a conservation restriction granted to the town by its owners, Jim and Wendy Davis. The state cannot generally purchase land that is subject to a town conservation restriction. In this instance, the state made an exception so that the transaction could close and the land could be sold based on representations that we would bring this article to town meeting and ask that the conservation restriction be transferred. So this article is fulfilling that commitment. Transfer of the conservation restriction has been unanimously recommended by the Conservation Commission, the Conservation Restriction Advisory Committee, and the Trails Committee. The sale and transfer of the conservation restriction to the state for use of the land as part of the state park will ensure that the land continues to be protected in its natural state. This, just briefly, is a map. The parcel is outlined in black on the map showing the frontage on East Street. An added benefit is that because the land is being made part of the state park, there will now be public access to part of the Toffet East Trail, which follows historic Old Babson Road. This represents improved public access, as the current conservation restriction did not include a trail or public access. Filling this gap in public access to the trail fulfills longtime goals of the Carlisle Trails Committee as well as the state park. And I have two maps that show the trail. You can see in the black ellipse where the trail will now be continued through this conservation land and people won't have to walk out onto East Street. And this, for historical interest, is a map showing where the old Babson Road apparently used to run between East Street and North Road. So in closing, I ask town meeting to approve transferring this conservation restriction to the state. Everybody's benefiting here. The landowners got to sell the land. We're getting a new trail. The state's expanding the state park. And my committee no longer will need to inspect this land because that responsibility will now be carried out by the state. Thank you.
Thank you. This transfer, or this motion or article was unanimously approved or recommended by the Conservation Commission, the Conservation Restriction Advisory Committee, and the Trails Committee. And then the Finance Committee and Select Board also recommended the passage of the article. Are there any debate? Open the floor. Any comments, questions, debate? Microphone 5, yep.
Jonathan DeCock, 130 Oak Knoll Road.
I am a board member of the Carlisle Conservation Foundation, and CCF would like to support this.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I forgot that part. Any other boards or committees that voted on this article? Okay, any other comments or questions?
Yeah, Jonas Jacobson, 87 Wolf Rock Road.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, you weren't at the
Jonas
microphone.
Jacobson, 87 Wolf Rock Road.
Yep.
I've been enjoying the trails in town, and it seems to me that the Trails Committee does a better job than the state does managing the state park. And, you know, like, it does seem like there's a number of trees fall down in the state park. Is there any way to ensure that the state is going to put adequate resources into protecting this area if we're going to give it to them?
We didn't give it to them. The landowners sold it to them, and we're transferring the conservation restriction. I don't believe that legally we can control how they manage the state park, unfortunately. But I'd point out that even if it's a trail that has had trees fallen on it or isn't well maintained, it's better than the current situation, which is no trail.
Microphone 2.
My name is Ed Holmes, 776 East Street. Why wasn't the town asked whether they wanted to buy this? What was the cost? There was no information, seems that we were told about the need for land for fire stations or police stations or something. This is not that far from the center of town. Why wasn't the town informed about the price and whether we should buy it for the town?
Ms. Blake, you have feedback.
My understanding is that the actual sale of the land was a private transaction between the landowners, and they were free to transact that, you know, on their terms. It was their land. But I'd also like to point out, this is my understanding, very swampy land. It's part of the historic Tophet Swamp. Longtime members of the CRAC committee have told me that they've never even been able to inspect north of the trail because you can't walk in there. So I think it's a pretty swampy, wet piece of land anyway.
Microphone 4.
Brian Cruz, 71 Rogers Road. I think it's important for the town meeting to understand that once the restriction is given to the state, if the state owns both the land and the restriction does in fact go away. It's extinguished. So it's not like we're conveying it to the state. We're effectively abandoning it. And you know, the article does mention that the condition of the town being able to effectuate this outcome is an assurance that the purposes of the restriction would continue to occur thereafter. And my question is, given that once the state owns the property and the restriction is no longer in the possession of the town to protect it, what stops the Commonwealth legislature from in the future simply changing the purpose of this land? At that point, the town has no control over it.
I'll give you my best answer that I can. I may have to turn to town council for some help on that. You are correct that it's a different degree of protection. My understanding is that it will now be protected under Article 97, and I think you're accurate that that is not as strong a legal protection as the conservation restriction is. But there's also practical reasons here to have confidence that it will continue to be protected. I think just the purchase by the state of this land indicates their support of the state park and their desire to expand it and maintain it as a state park. And this also fulfills the wishes and the desires of the longtime landholders who put it to conservation in the first instance and think that this is a good solution for sale of this land. Okay, I'm going to just turn to town council to.
Tom Harrington, town council.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So through you to the previous speaker, when the conservation restriction was placed on this land, it became Article 97 land. Article 97 is an amendment to the Massachusetts Constitution, and it instructs us how we will treat conservation land and what it can be used for and what it can't be used for. The Department of the State that is purchasing this land only holds Article 97 land. So the land is currently under Article 97 protection, and it will continue to be so once the state acquires it. if the state wants to take it out of Article 97 protection, it can do so, but it can only do so with 2/3 vote of both houses of legislature and the signature of the governor. In addition, it would have to replace in kind this land with other land. So if it takes this land out of Article 97 protection, it would have to place new land into Article 97 protection. The question is, would that land be in Carlisle or not? We don't know the answer to that, but what I can tell you is that when you, part of the replacement policy is that you need to come as close as you can to put it to acquiring or replacing it with land that is like the land you're replacing. And the land that is most like the land you're replacing is in Carlisle. So while I can't tell you that would happen, I think that would be probably a strong leaning of the state.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open the vote for about 10 seconds. Use your clickers. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Close the vote.
So your count is up there, plus what you see here from Benfield, so plus 14.
All right, so we have 233 present here and 14 in Benfield. Oh gosh, 247. Don't make me do math. And so, seeing that this required just a majority vote, the motion carries. I so declare. Yes, oh, okay. One more thing, per council's recommendation. This is for the Article 20, which was about removing the conservation restriction, allowing for the parcel of land to be transferred to the state on East Street. Okay, it was 247 yes and 15 no. All right, very good. Thank you.
Yes, that does deserve applause. It's very stressful the first time around. Okay, let's keep moving. We're on to Article 21, the Green Cemetery improvements. Mr. Triola moves that the town vote to transfer $40,000 from free cash to pay for the implementation of Green Cemetery's capital and operational improvements. I recognize Mr. Means to speak to the motion.
How do I advance the slides?
I'm sorry?
How do I advance the slides? Oh,
yes,
thank you.
sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Gordon Means. I'm the chair of the Cemetery Task Fund, which was started in September of 2024 to analyze the operations and workflow of Green Cemetery.
A couple more. Just keep clicking until you get.
There we go. So we all know Green Cemetery, of course, from family and friends and Memorial Day. We don't ever think about the operations. I never did. So we're talking about the operations of Green Cemetery. Thank you. Which we hadn't really thought about a lot before. The task force has come to believe that Green Cemetery is at an important turning point. There are 4 important areas that we'd like to present today. Number 1, Jim Hall, the DPW director and cemetery superintendent, relies on old ledgers dating from the
1800s in order to determine burial sites. The town records are on index cards, which are also at risk and provide no search or planning capability. There are poorly planned areas and outdated policies which result in underutilization of the cemetery. Without correction to these issues, the succession to the next cemetery superintendent will be impossible. These are the ledgers. When Jim gets a burial request, he uses these ledgers, which show lots, burials, and have numbers, diagrams, names, and notes. They're at risk mainly by their age. They're literally falling apart. The one on the left, or the right, is known as the Bible. It goes back to the very beginning. The pages are literally falling out. They're also difficult to decipher. Sometimes there's a puzzle, and the situation calls for extra research, which Jim does at Town Hall, or sometimes going to the cemetery and investigating really what's there. We need to capture this information before it's gone. When preparing for a burial, rock ledge in the ground can delay or defer a burial. Rock ledge isn't like the rocks in your garden. Rock ledge is like an automobile. Sometimes it can't be moved. Most cemeteries use ground-penetrating radar to determine where there's rock ledge. That's part of the software package that we are recommending tonight. The burial records at Town Hall are the second item. They're stored in a long cabinet like this on index cards, kind of like the library in the 1970s with the decimal system. There's no integrated database, so they can't be queried for data, such as veteran status or use for space planning. They're at risk simply because of their paper construction. And they are such a vital resource, they really need to be integrated into an active search and planning component. We visited a lot of cemeteries locally and talked to the superintendents. They're all moving to the software for these exact same reasons. Most cemeteries use cemetery management software to improve their operations and also to preserve their historical records. The system that we like is called Cemetery Information Management Software, which is a mouthful, so it's shortened to SIMS. It's a good company based in civil engineering. It's being used by several cemeteries locally, and they've worked with us to custom fit it to our needs. This would create a map of about 6 different layers. The town GIS, any printed maps we have, drone scan overlays, survey reference points, which are more accurate than satellite, ground penetrating radar, and Jim's special knowledge. The result is a very accurate interactive map you see here with all the elements of the cemetery. They also provide an app, which I tried to convey on the right, although it's not real clear. It's called Walk to Grave. It takes you right to the grave, and any information is downloaded to your phone. The next category is a little bit less tangential. It's an area we're still analyzing. There are areas which aren't being used as intended due to complicated reasons. For example, there's an area designated for full burials, which cannot accommodate them at this point. There are long dormant areas that could be reassigned, and there are policies which don't meet today's needs. All these come under the heading of underutilization. We are still working on those and quantifying them, and we would put them into the software, which would result in a much more efficient program to take under consideration the land use at Green Cemetery. The fourth item is the succession item. Without doing any of this, the next superintendent would have a very difficult time, if not impossible time, to pick up all of these pieces. Software and these other changes would make all that possible. The cost is $40,000. It's a one-time setup. Covers all the things that we talked about: ground penetrating radar, the software, the drone imagery, et cetera. They worked with us to lower some of the costs. You see they took 25% off of the license fee. They waived the surveying fee, and they threw in a 1 year of maintenance, which is pretty nice. So in conclusion, we're asking for your vote to purchase this software so Green Cemetery can do 4 things. Preserve our precious records and historical past, operate more effectively today and tomorrow, facilitate succession to the next superintendent, and extend the timeline of Green Cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you. We have recommendations unanimously from FinCom and Select Board in favor of this, as well as, of course, the Cemetery Task Force that we've just heard from. Any other town boards or committees with recommendations? Okay, the floor is open for debate. Seeing none, I think we are ready for a vote. Okay, $40,000 from free cash to pay for the new Green Cemetery capital and operational improvements. Voting is now open. Okay, looks like we're winding down. We'll do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. And we have 251 plus 14, a total of 265 in favor, 14 opposed. Motion required a majority, so the motion carries, and I so declare. We are now on to Article 22, which is the annual CPC recommendations. This consists, this is moved by Barney Arnold as printed in the motion handout, and let me specify that the motion here includes the head motion and motions 1 through 6, motion 7 having previously been disposed of. So I am going to first recognize Ms. Arnold to speak to this, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the procedures for voting afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and I'm back again, this time in my capacity as the chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Just thought you might want to see, oops, if you can go back one to that. Yeah, just might want to see who is actually on the committee. Each of the boards listed determine a representative that then sits on the CPC, and then there's one member at large. So that's the group of 7 that are reporting to you a set of recommendations about the use of CPA funds. And so the first piece of this is to appropriate the funds this year. And I want to, again, just for information purposes, show you, I guess I could look at it on here, couldn't I, instead of craning my neck. Okay. So this tells you how it works. There's an annual 2% surcharge on our property tax bill, and the state provides a match of what we have raised, and it varies every year. It's in fiscal year 25, it was a 16% state match of the local funds we had raised. This is a program that all the communities in the state are eligible to participate in, and it's been around long enough that most communities have figured out that it's a good thing to participate in. So early on, we were getting, you know, a 70, 80% match. That's no longer the case, but still, this is a great investment on our dollars to get a 16% return. Then, so as I mentioned, the committee I sit on manages the funding cycle. and reviews all those applications for funds, determines what's eligible, and then we're responsible for providing the grant agreements for those projects that are approved here at town meeting. There are only 3 eligible categories for CPA funds. This is determined by the state law. They are historic preservation, open space and outdoor recreation, not indoor, but just outdoor recreation, and then community housing, which is affordable housing. So the next slide is the motion about allocating funds this year. So as I mentioned, there are those 3, for lack of a really more technical term, we call them buckets. So the 3 buckets are historic preservation, open space and outdoor recreation, and community housing. Those 3 are required to be allocated a minimum of 10% of the total raised. And that is the $75,000 that you see here on the chart. We are also allowed to allocate a small portion of the funds to an administrative account. And for those of you that were here last year, you'll know that the town meeting approved the use of some of those administrative funds to do some research on potential projects, and that's a really important role that these administrative funds play. It also pays for the staff support that we receive to keep track of all the grants and all the funding. And then as those that have been approved for a grant begin to spend their money, then again, our town accountant is keeping track of that. So this is the motion for the allocation of these funds into those specific accounts. And the remainder of the funds raised go into what's called an undesignated account. And I know this slide may be a little bit hard to read, but it's showing you the each of the 6 projects, because we've taken the amenities, well, it shows you the amenities building there too. It shows you all of the projects and the amount that has been asked for and the amount that the CPC is recommending. And the total then for all the CPA projects that we are recommending is $689,345. Now, if you go back up to the top line, or second to top, which says fiscal year 26 fund balances, that shows you what is actually available in each of the funds that I've been talking about. So before we vote on whether or not to approve these projects listed below, this is what we start with right now. So in the undesignated fund, there's $2,350,000, historic preservation, almost $40,000, open space and outdoor recreation, $95,000, and community housing, $626,000, for a total in the CPA fund of $3.2 million. And some people wonder, why are those 3 buckets, the historic preservation, the open space, and community housing, why are they relatively small compared to the undesignated? Well, we as the CPC have talked about that actually pretty extensively, and we've gotten advice from other towns and also from the independent state organization that supports CPA, supports local CPA funding. And the recommendation has been from all of those that you want to keep more in the undesignated account so that you have the ability, when there is a large project that comes up, that you can use those undesignated funds, even if you don't have them enough in the specific bucket. I hope I'm making sense with that. So anyway, that's why the undesignated account remains fairly large. So let me move on to the, no, I'm going to stop there. Let's move back one, sorry. So this is going to be part of the motion that will be included in the consent agenda, so we're not actually going to vote on it right now.
but I don't, do you want
Okay,
to wait
why
till
don't you
the end
stop
to
and
take
let's go
questions?
to-
Okay.
Stop,
Great.
let's go to Adam
So I'd
right
like
now.
to invite Adam Cotton to come up, who's the vice chair of the Recreation Commission.
Okay, so we're going a little bit, we're going longer than 6 minutes on this because it's actually 7 in 1. Don't worry, we're far less than if we took them all individually. Mr. Cotton.
Nice to meet everybody. Happy to be here today. Adam Cotton, Baldwin Road. I serve as the vice chair of both the Recreation Commission and the Diamond Park Subcommittee. I'm going to run through motions 2 through 6, and then we'll proceed at the end afterwards from Wayne's direction. The first motion, motion 2, is for the rental assistance for Carlisle residents. This is the 3rd year of the program, and it has benefited 12 to 13 residents per year. The ask is for $50,000 to support low and moderate income renters to live in Carlisle. Motion 3 is for the phase 1 of the Diamond Park rehabilitation. This was brought by the Recreation Commission after community feedback and input to improve both the condition, the safety, and the accessibility of the park. The Recreation Commission then formed the Diamond Park Subcommittee to help guide the future of the park. The focus or the vision moving forward is to generate a low maintenance tot lot for both the kids and their carers of all ages and accessibility. And the ask is for $65,000 to complete the design stage of this project. Motion 4 is the Banter Davis track rehabilitation. This is also from the Recreation Commission. As you can see from the image, the track has been overgrown and encroached by grass. Again, we had community feedback looking to improve the condition of the track and remove cracks. So the request is for $48,000 to both reclaim and repave the existing track and to fix the surrounding areas and add adjacent accessible parking spaces. Motion 5 is related to the baseball diamond at Spalding Field and for the renovation of it. This was brought by both and co-sponsored by the Recreation Commission and the Historical Society. Again, community feedback was requesting providing a usable full-size baseball diamond in town and to fix up the batting cages that have been overgrown by poison ivy, as you can see. The request is for $70,000 to provide a baseball diamond for all ages, from Little League to adults, to repair the batting cages and restore the historic fieldstone retaining wall that sits behind the diamond. Motion 6 is the Hill House Museum and Barn renovation, supported by the Historical Society. So the house and barn have previously gone through major restoration. The request for $24,000 is just to complete the remaining tasks of painting the exterior of both the museum and the barn and to restore the barn cupola. Pass back to Barney or Wayne. That's all 6.
No, I think we are done. I'll take your procedural motion now.
Excuse me, I move that Article 22, motions 1 through 6, be considered in one motion and be hereby adopted as printed in the motions booklet.
Okay, and is there a second to that motion? Second, okay. So what this motion is about is under the state statute, we're supposed to take separate votes on each of the CPA projects, and as those of you who've been in town for a long time know, we used to have a separate debate on each one and a separate vote. This would allow, if you would say yes to this, we can do it more like the consent agenda. We'll just figure out the holds and then just take a single vote at the end. So that's what this procedural vote is about. We'll just do this as a voice vote if you want to use this consent agenda type mechanism for the CPA. Any questions on that? We clear? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Okay, motion carries unanimously, so we are going to handle it that way. So first, let me just note we have FinCom and Select Board have recommended the approvals on all of these motions. And the Community Preservation Committee obviously has also done so. Other boards and committees at microphone 1, please.
Hi, Adelaide Grady, 75 Indian Hill. I'm the vice chair of the planning board. We took a vote on just one of these motions, motion 3, and voted to approve it, support it, 4 to 1.
Okay, and just to remind us, motion 3 is
The Diamond Park.
Diamond Park, okay. Any other recommendations from town boards and committees?
Mr. Moderator, microphone 3.
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Couldn't
That's
see
okay.
you back there.
Chrissy O'Shea, I'm co-chair of the Historical Commission. The Historical Commission voted unanimously to support motion 6, which is the Heald House Museum and Barn renovation.
Thank you. And at microphone 1.
Brian Watterson, 80 Aberdeen Drive, Carlisle School Committee. The Carlisle School Committee voted unanimously to support motion 3, Diamond Park, motion 4, Banta Davis, and motion 5, Spalding Baseball.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to quickly run through and say each of these motions, and if you would like to discuss it, whether you have a question and or you'd like to have separate debate and vote, just say hold. So motion 1 is for the FY 2026 CPA appropriations, $75,000 each of the designated buckets and $35,000 for administrative expenses. Any holds on that? Okay, motion 2 is for rental assistance, $50,000. Any holds on that? Okay, we have a hold on motion 2. Motion 3 is for Diamond Park rehabilitation, $65,000. Hold on that? Okay, no. Motion 4, Banta Davis track rehabilitation, $30,409. No holds on that. Motion 5, Spalding Field renovation, $70,000. Any holds? And motion 6, Heald House Museum and Barn renovation, $24,000. Any holds on that? Okay, seeing none, let us return to motion 2, rental assistance for Carlisle renters. At microphone 1, please.
Ayla Solomon, 85 Bellows Hill Road. 50,000, so what I'm curious about is how many residents is $50,000 intended to help? So like what's the population of lower to low mid income renters in Carlisle? And then my second question, which I would leave up to the answer to say that's too big of a question for us to answer right now, it's not related enough, is out of all of the funds, the Affordable Housing Fund has the most compared to what is being spent out of it, at least this year. So is there some other plan for a larger amount of that money that's simply not coming into use this year?
Okay, thank you. I will actually ask that both questions be addressed. So let's take up the first question on how many people the $50,000 in motion 2 is meant to assist. Whoever is best positioned to answer that.
I might ask our town administrator, I believe the number was 12 this year. It fluctuates depending on, who qualifies and who doesn't. So, if you notice, there's a maximum up there about the max monthly assistance is $400, and you can only spend a certain percentage of your income on rent. So it does fluctuate from year to year, but it's been somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 since we began the program.
Okay, and then the second question, and maybe we could put that slide up that shows the various balances. The community housing slide shows that would have a closing balance after these appropriations of $576,000 in it, which is much greater than either the open space and outdoor recreation and historic preservation. And the question is, how does that fit into the long-term plans?
What it represents is that we have not had very many projects that qualify as affordable housing, and this fund has been growing since we've been participating in the program, which has been almost 20 years. Other than the early days when we used some of this money for the Benfield project, I believe, and I may call on Kate Reed, the select board member who's been very involved in the Community Housing Trust. Do you want to say anything further on this?
Well, not really. There's been a number of projects that have been proposed, but some of them didn't qualify. Some were voted down at town meeting. So there's not a huge appetite in town for affordable housing, I think. So that's why it hasn't gotten spent. But we're also looking now at Bog House and other projects to see what we can get that would be acceptable and popular for the town.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on motion 2? Is this on motion 2?
Yes.
Please, go ahead.
Harley Cox, 318 Maple Street. Just a follow-up question. So the 12-ish people that are being helped with this $50,000, does that represent the totality of people who qualify based on the rules for that? Or are there people that have to be turned down because there's not enough money in that $50,000?
Could you please address that?
Sure. That's the total of people who have applied for funding and have qualified for funding.
Thank you. Any other questions on motion 2? The person who originally asked for a hold, do we need a separate vote on this? No, thank you. Okay, and that was the only hold that we had. So we are now ready to vote on all of these as a package, motions 1 through 6 of Article 22, that is the CPA general appropriation as well as the specific projects. Voting is now open. And we'll give it 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And voting is now closed. We have a total of 240 plus 14, 254 in favor, 21 opposed. The motion carries by a majority, and I so declare. We are on to Article 23, which is the Town Administrator Bylaw Adoption. The motion by Mr. Snell is that the town vote to authorize the Select Board on behalf of the town to petition the General Court for passage of a special law substantially as provided, as printed in your motions handout. And in summary, what's printed in your handout is an amendment. It is an act that to request the legislature pass an act relative to the powers of the town administrator in the town of Carlisle. So I recognize Mr. Snell of the Select Board to speak to the article.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, I'm Travis Snell, Chair of the Select Board. The Select Board is recommending passage of this warrant article to establish a town administrator bylaw. Currently, Carlisle has no town bylaw that codifies the authority and responsibilities of the town administrator, the highest executive staff position in Carlisle. As it stands, volunteer boards and committees with designated staff are unable to provide daily oversight or consistent adherence to staff personnel policies. Boards and committee members change over time and usually meet in the evenings while staff work during the day, leading to a lack of professional, consistent management of the day-to-day town operations. Lack of coordination among departments leads to inefficient delivery of town services. Currently, this is confusing to town staff, it hinders the development of a team culture in town hall, and frankly, it's not fair to town employees. For example, we have good town employees, but if an employee was being harassed at town hall by another employee, even though the two employees may fall under the same human resource policy, those policies are currently being enforced inconsistently by multiple volunteer boards that only meet once every couple of weeks. Volunteer boards and committees shouldn't be focused on resolving harassment claims or shouldn't be responsible for monitoring if their employees show up for work on time or adherence to human resource policies. This current system, again, isn't fair to employees and doesn't make for good government. The problem is not new. In 2021, town meeting approved the creation of an independent volunteer town governance task force. Their report outlined ways to improve the efficiency, responsiveness, and transparent functioning of town government. Recommendation number 1A of that report was strengthen the authority of the town administrator, since the report talked about how silos of town departments create information deficits for boards and committees with respect to evaluating the performance, responsiveness, and reliability of their department heads and other employees. A town administrator bylaw is not unusual. Of the 351 Massachusetts cities and towns, 163 towns have formally codified in a bylaw, a special act, or a charter the authorities of the town administrator or other named executive. We looked at surrounding comparable towns, and many of them have given human resource duties, the hiring, firing, resolution of cross-department staff conflicts, and administrative duties to the town administrator or their executive. The benefits of this: professional competence. This bylaw makes it clear to all town staff and residents that day-to-day operations are managed professionally, and human resource policies are uniformly applied under the leadership of a trained municipal professional hired by the select board. The benefit of operational oversight is that this bylaw gives the town administrator the responsibility to ensure that all town departments are implementing the policies established by town volunteer boards and committees, and it directs the town administrator to supervise the daily operations of town departments, leading to more efficient delivery of town services. This bylaw will enhance staff culture, performance, and retention, since it makes clear that the town administrator ensures that all municipal staff follow the same personnel policies, work together as a team, and share resources. It has fiscal benefits as well, since it allows the Finance Committee and the Select Board to budget more effectively and to ensure that the resources are used more wisely. So what are the objections? First, this bylaw says the town administrator will oversee the hiring, management, and removal of town employees, except those associated with the school department, the fire department, and the Gleason Public Library. The question is, what if we have a rogue town administrator? Or what if the town administrator is not following the policies or is abusing their power? Well, first, the town administrator must consistently follow the policies set forth by the select board or other boards and committees. The bylaw says that the town administrator will consult with multi-member boards before hiring and firing of employees. But again, you could say, well, okay, what if the town administrator doesn't do that? Well, again, and it's an executive trained in HR policy, if that executive goes rogue and doesn't consult with that board, or the town administrator isn't delivering staff services to a particular board, the select board always has authority over the town administrator. If boards or committees have concerns about any actions of the town administrator, they bring them to the select board, and the select board has the authority to discipline or ultimately remove the town administrator. That is the check on the power. So it's not a unilateral power. Another objection that you're going to hear is some boards, or a board in particular, is saying, our board must remain autonomous and operate independently with no outside influence from the town. 3 departments are excluded from the bylaw: the school, the fire department, and the library, and they will remain autonomous. However, it is not uncommon in other towns in Massachusetts for boards such as planning boards, boards of health, or conservation commissions to fall under a central paid professional for staffing decisions and adherence to personnel policies. Our next door neighbor, Concord, their Board of Health isn't elected, and it's appointed, and the health personnel are not independently run by the Board of Health. This TA bylaw allows the town to better utilize its resources to fill the staffing needs, and most importantly, allows volunteer boards and committees to focus on policy and not spend time managing employees and implementing personnel policies. So in conclusion, this bylaw will not take away any of the policy-making authority or decision-making authority of volunteer boards and committees. The Select Board doesn't want to take away that. What we're trying to do is implement a consistent HR policy. This town bylaw basically says, you, the evening volunteer boards and committees, you tell the daytime government what policies you want and what you want to accomplish. And then the daytime government staff will be implementing those policies and will do so under a consistent human resource staffing policy. So I hope you support this. Thanks.
Thank you. So, Article 23, we have unanimous recommendations from FinCom and Select Board in favor of this. I'm asking first any other boards or committees that have voted an opinion on this to...
Your board.
Oh, we have quite a lineup here. Okay, that's great. Okay, let me just be really clear on the rules of the road. Just state your board or committee, what your vote was, and then we'll come back around. We just want to hear all the votes first, and then if any of the boards or committees would like to explain their vote, I'll give you time to explain it before we open up the floor debate. But let's just hear the votes first. Boom, boom, boom. Let's just alternate between 1 and 5, please.
Tom Bellata, 77 Nathan Lane. I'm with the Transfer Station Action Committee. We voted unanimously in support of this bylaw.
Thank you. Microphone 5.
Adam Cotton at Baldwin Road, and part of the Recreation Commission. We voted to support this article.
Okay, microphone 1.
Adelaide Grady, 75 Indian Hill, Vice Chair of the Planning Board. We voted 5-2 in support of this article.
Thank you.
Mark Lemire, Rutland Street. I'm the Chair of the Trails Committee. We voted unanimously to support the adoption of this amendment.
Debbie Bentley, 128 Heald Road, co-chair of the Cultural Council. We voted unanimously that the town adopt this motion.
Patrick Collins, 90 Apple.
Feel free to adjust that, Patrick.
I could shorten myself. Patrick Collins, 90 Apple Grove Lane, Board of Health Chair. We voted unanimously against.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Hi. Tony McBride, 76 Pheasant Hill Lane, Chair of the Carlisle Council on Aging and Human Services, and our board voted unanimously to support the town administrator bylaw.
Thank you. And again at microphone 1.
Caitlin Watterson, 80 Aberdeen Drive, Chair of the Library Trustees. We also unanimously support.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Collins, do you want to explain the Board of Health's vote?
Little background, yeah. That's okay.
Yeah, and you can actually adjust the mic stand. You shouldn't have to bend over to speak. We like to be accessible to all in Carlisle.
I'm gonna mess up everyone else later. All right. I want to address just a little bit of the comments. We obviously have a disagreement, but a local Board of Health should not report to the Select Board or its town administrator in a small town because it must make unencumbered and apolitical decisions that prioritize public health without political or external influence. under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 111, the Board of Health is granted statutory authority to regulate public health matters, including disease control, sanitation, nuisance trades, and environmental health. This delegation of authority ensures that the decisions are based on scientific evidence, public health best practices, and well-being of residents rather than political pressures or budgetary concerns. If the Board of Health, through the town administrator, were responsible for appointing or removing Board of Health agents or staff, those employees might feel pressure, consciously or unconsciously, to align their decisions with the political, economic, and personal priorities of the Select Board rather than strictly adhering to the public health principles. This dynamic could discourage the Board of Health from making unpopular but necessary decisions, such as enforcing quarantine measures, mandating sanitation improvements, or addressing environmental hazards that could affect influential local businesses or stakeholders. Maintaining an independent Board of Health preserves the integrity of its mission and aligns with the intent of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 111, to safeguard the public health as a distinct and specialized function of local government, and we will be proposing an amendment that we hope you'll support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, the floor is now open for debate. Mr. Snell, feel free to take a seat, and we'll probably have more comments than, I don't see too much need for factual questions here, but we'll see. And you can stay, if you want to stay down below, you can, that's as well. Okay, let's start at microphone 1, and we'll go around the... Please.
Tony McBride, 76 Pheasant Hill Lane, and also chair of the COH board. But when I became chair of the COHS, I was concerned that I might be responsible for conducting staff or director reviews, and even though I had managed people in other arenas, I felt I had neither the experience of working in town hall on a daily basis, nor a complete knowledge of the town's personnel policies. I can look up personnel policies, but I do not feel I have the in-depth understanding needed to ensure they are applied with fairness and equity across all departments. For this, I would look to the town administrator. Conversely, while I can consult the TA on staff issues, the language in section 3.3 of the bylaw also ensures that the town administrator will consult with our board before making significant staff decisions. So I see the town administrator, as defined in the bylaw, as someone with whom a board can partner to ensure a healthy and productive department and fairness and equity across the board.
Thank you. Let's go to microphone 2, please.
Carly Cox, 318 Maple Street. This is a question. I noticed that in the proposed bylaw that there are a few exceptions, and one that stuck out to me as not being present was the police department. So I'm wondering, was that intentional, or why is the police department not being excluded? Because the way that it reads now, it sounds like the town administrator can hire police officers.
Thank you. Mr. Snell, could you please address that?
Sure. Our police chief is hired by the select board. It is not.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the officers themselves, because there is an exclusion in here. It says that the select board appoints and may remove a police chief, a fire chief, a town clerk, town treasurer, tax collector, and town council. But then it says that employees of the Carlisle Public Schools, Fire Department, and Gleason Public Library shall be appointed, removed, and managed by the school committee or superintendent, fire chief, or Gleason Public Library trustees or director, respectively. There is no mention in that second part of the police department, so not the police chief, but the officers underneath them being excluded from being done by the town administrator.
Well, they are currently managed by the police chief. So I guess.
The wording of it doesn't say that. If you read this, and if this was adopted, that would mean that all police officers would then be appointed and hired and fired by the town administrator, because they're not excluded.
I would ask can I ask the town administrator?
Who would you prefer to address it?
Town administrator.
Town council or town administrator?
Town administrator.
Mr. McLean?
Mr. McLean.
Yeah, you can feel free to just grab the microphone right in front if you want. Just be quick about it.
Ryan McLean, Town Administrator. I hope you all have the pleasure someday of talking about your job in public. So currently, police officers are hired by the Select Board. The Select Board has delegated the authority of hiring to me. The process I take in hiring any employee is to consult with the appointing body, such as the Select Board. So we discuss how they want to hire police officers, and then through the police chief, I execute that. The Select Board maintains the hiring authority for the police chief, meaning I help facilitate the process, but the ultimate decision goes to the Select Board.
Yes, I'm just curious as to why the police is different than fire.
So Carlisle has adopted a strong chief policy for the fire department because of the unique nature of the fire department that the fire chief discussed earlier. So under strong chief law, the Select Board hires the fire chief, but the fire chief has complete authority to hire anyone else in the department, which makes sense in a volunteer fire department. That decision was made long ago. Carlisle does not have a strong chief law for the police department, meaning the Select Board retains all of the hiring and firing authority for the police department. If they were to adopt the strong chief law, it would be exactly like the fire department, where the fire chief would make all of the hires exclusive of the Select Board or the town administrator.
So, Mr. McLean, just to see if I can bring this to a close, it sounds like the situation as it exists today is as you described. So this bylaw does not change, either increasing or decreasing your authority with respect to hiring and firing in the police department. Is that correct?
Correct. If it was not written to exclude the fire employees, then it would be changing the strong chief bylaw, which Carlisle has had for a long time.
Okay. Is that, I hope that answer is clear. It was a very good question. It's a little bit complicated. This strong fire chief statute is a rather esoteric one. Did we have anyone at microphone 3? I can't, a little bit of glare back there. It looks like not. Okay, microphone 4, please.
Brian Cruz, 71 Rogers Road. I actually served on the governance task force a few years ago. We recommended that a bylaw be created for the town administrator. We did not recommend what is before you today. We specifically declined to recommend a special act that would give the town administrator more authority than we could otherwise provide them. You can look at page 4 of our report. It says we declined to do a special act. What we had proposed at the time was a consolidation of administrative authority within Town Hall regarding things like hours of operation, staffing, dealing with personnel matters, dealing with performance reviews. It was not about hiring and firing authority. We did not recommend that the town administrator get more hiring and firing authority than otherwise existed in statute. To the extent the Select Board wanted to delegate their hiring and firing authority, we were fine with that. But we did not seek to take away the hiring and firing authority from independently elected boards. So this is not what the task force recommended. I want that town meeting to be clear about that because there was a reference to the task force at the beginning of the presentation. This is not what the task force recommended. And there was another comment made at the presentation about the fact that, if there's a rogue town administrator, the Select Board can bring them in. Except for, this is still an aggregation of power to the Select Board ultimately. What this ultimately is the Select Board having more authority over the staff of the independent boards than would otherwise occur or could occur under statute absent a special act being passed by the legislature. So don't think of this simply as the town administrator getting more authority. The Select Board is in fact getting more authority through this because they could direct the town administrator to hire or fire someone if they don't like the policy outcomes that independent elected boards are creating. So again, this is not what the task force recommended. We recommended consolidating administrative functions within Town Hall so that there wasn't confusion going on between personnel. We did not recommend a change in authority vis-a-vis the Select Board and independent boards. And I think the town meeting should know that. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for keeping that to under 2 minutes, which is what our limit is going to be for everyone. At microphone 5, please.
Hi, Mark Levitan, 105 Wolf Rock Road. Notwithstanding what Mr. Cruz just said, I think this bylaw is long overdue. I've been a resident 31 years, served in several boards, continue to, and the silo thing in Town Hall is the reason we need stuff like this. It's a common sense approach. And there's nothing, in my opinion, that the Board of Health gentleman stated that this bylaw would actually interfere with. As it's been said, many towns, most towns in the Commonwealth have appointed boards of health, reported to the executive authority, and they do exactly what you'd want a Board of Health to do. Here, I just want to bring up the fact that the word, political could enter into the relationships between the Board of Health and the Select Board. Both are elected. How is that not political on either side? And my personal experience is that there are good actors and not so good actors that have been on both boards, not currently. But hear me out. There have been people that have run on a single issue, against higher density housing as a good example, on both boards. So let's call that neutral, wipe that out. Let's talk about an efficient operation in our town government that will provide better citizen service. And that's what I think this is about, and I hope people will vote for it.
Okay, back round to microphone 1. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Ayla Solomon, 85 Bellows Hill Road. This seems like it would be more work for the town administrator. I don't know how much work the town administrator has. So I'm wondering if the town administrator is going to be doing more personnel management, if is that going to be like a lot more work? Are you going to stop doing other stuff to do this? Are you going to, I don't know, work 50 hours instead of 40 hours? Directed to the town administrator.
Fair question. Mr. McLean, if you'd like to answer that?
Can you summarize the question for me?
The question is, okay, so this bylaw gets passed. How much more work is it for you, and where are all the spare hours in your day?
Yeah, it's a pleasure to work more than 50 hours a week for you. Honestly, we can talk if anyone wants to ask about the implementation of this policy. And again, I understand that it's an awkward situation since I'm talking about my position, but generally, this would not change my approach at all. So the approach of any town administrator that you should keep would be to work with the boards and committees that are working with these personnel daily to come up with consistent expectations, to make sure that the employee feels like they are being treated fairly across the board, and that we are executing the policies and the decisions of the people that you have put in place, whether appointed or elected, to make these decisions. So I don't think it increases my work. I do that work anyway, and will always do that work in whatever town administrator role I'm in. And if you hire someone who thinks that it's more work to do that, to work with all these boards and committees, then you've hired the wrong person, and you should hire someone else.
Okay, thank you. Microphone 2.
Matthew Dwyer, Hatch Meadow Lane. This is more a process question and is not addressed to the merits of the bylaw, and perhaps Mr. Snell or Town Council could answer this question. As this is currently written, we would be authorizing the board to petition the state legislature to pass special legislation. And yet, the preface to this states, the select board is hereby authorized to approve amendments that shall be within the scope of the general public objectives. And as I read that, then this could be amended before it's presented to the state legislature. The question then is, if it's good enough for us to pass in its current form as it's written here, why would we be authorizing the Board of Selectmen to amend it after we've approved it?
Thank you. Good question. I'm going to ask our town council to address that. The petitioning the state legislature is fortunately a process that we're not all that familiar with here in Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tom Harrington, Town Council. Through you to the previous speaker. So the process to seek special legislation is a variable one. We have to go to our delegates, our state senator and our state rep. We have to ask them to submit the legislation. They have very specific writing requirements, and while they are specific, they're not always the same year to year. So they're going to take our legislation as we vote on it, and they may make changes to it. And what this does is allow the select board to approve those changes as long as they're within the kind of the four corners of of what you're voting on tonight. If we don't get that, then if they want to change so much as a comma, we'll have to come back and get your approval. So this is standard language that we put in any town's special legislation to the legislature to give this select board the authority to make those ministerial changes.
Thank you. On to microphone 4, please.
Thank you. Court Hirschelman, 41 Orchard Acres. I'm representing myself. This proposal, it takes away from the autonomy for boards to run the way they want to and to direct the employees in the way that needs to be done to form the policy, not just execute the policy. That would all be put in the hands of the, and there's other ways to administer HR policies in different ways. We can still do it consistently without turning everything over to a single entity. I agree with the earlier gentleman who said this really isn't a consolidation of power to the town administrator, it's to the select board. Everything would go through them. So they would have all administrative and executive power going forward. So think about that. I don't think we should give up the current system of checks and balances. Thank you.
Microphone 5, please.
Sure. Vanessa Maroney, Bedford Road. Excuse me. I'd like to respond to a previous comment. So I can identify myself as having served on the 2022 Governance Task Force as well as Mr. Cruz. I have a different opinion. Well, firstly, I agree with him that this is a different bylaw than what our committee recommended. However, in my opinion, this is a much stronger bylaw, and I completely, fully support it. I hope that everybody here will too. And I'd just like to provide a little historical context that it was 30 years ago, I think April 1995, that the town meeting established its first governance task force of 2000. And one of their very first most prominent recommendations was to establish a bylaw. And then it was about 16 years later that the town hired an independent consultant, and this is in the Collins report. That was another one of the very top recommendations, is to get some consolidation of management at Town Hall. I can also speak as having briefly served, like Mr. Snell, as the chair of the select board. I can say that when you're working that closely with the town administrator, you really want them to be able to be effective, and this will do that.
Thank you. Back to microphone 2, please.
Hi, Nancy Sesniak, 124 Aberdeen Drive, Carlisle. I guess I am concerned about the checks and balances, and I wonder, they said that the select board kind of checks the town administrator because they have power over them, but they made it sound like the person that felt like they were not treated properly would have to appeal to the select board. Is there any routine overview of the town administrator by the select board in any way in which his job is routinely surveyed and the hirings and firings that he does are examined on a routine basis rather than only when somebody complains? I don't know.
Thank you. Mr. Snell, or if there's someone else who you'd like to have answer that question.
Okay. So to answer your question, the select board annually does review the town administrator. And as the last speaker just mentioned, as the chair of the select board and as the select board, we interact with the town administrator very often, daily or multi-times a week. And the town administrator has a formal recommendation. It's published. It was in the Mosquito as well. It's on the website, so you can better understand our criteria for evaluating the town administrator and our ranking of those criteria. So we do that. As far as how the,
Excuse me, Mr. Snell, I believe you said the select board has a recommendation of the town administrator. Did you mean to say a performance evaluation?
I'm sorry, recommendation, it was correct. It was a performance evaluation.
Okay, yes,
Thank
didn't
you.
mean to. just wanted to
No,
clarify that.
and as far as the way the process currently works and will continue to work is that and we've put that in this town administrator bylaw, the town administrator handles all of the human resource policy and reviews employees, employee heads, department heads review the people who work for them. Those all get funneled up, and if there are problems or things that need to be corrected, the town administrator will handle those. And if there is a need to take corrective action, meaning a performance improvement plan or something like that, the town administrator talks to the select board generally. I mean, we've always been notified of employee issues. I would actually ask if there's anyone else on the select board who wants to talk. Yeah, Barney.
Hi, sorry, hi, Barney Arnold, Select Board Member.
Actually, I do want to really keep this, the question was, and I want to keep it very narrow, the question was the performance evaluation, that it's, and I think it's been asked and answered. There is a regular formal performance evaluation done by the select board of the town administrator every year, and it is published.
Correct.
I think that's the answer to the question that was posed, is it?
It's part of the answer, I feel like. I
Okay,
feel like the other part was...
What was not addressed, please?
In response to these specific decisions, especially regarding hiring or firing, is that in any real time, that specific decision reviewed? Not just like overall, did we like this and did we like that, and how the survey for town responded, but somebody looking specifically at specific decisions on a routine basis rather than something that somebody has to call into question.
Is there any further comment?
I can respond to that.
Yeah, please introduce yourself for the record.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Barney Arnold, Select Board Member. We have a assistant town administrator whose responsibility is also human resources. So that exists as an ongoing daily individual with a department whose responsibility is to manage, hear any issues that come up for staff. In terms of hiring and firing, the select board we spent some time discussing this over the last year. Which department heads did we, as a select board, want to have a direct role in the screening of and the hiring of? And then which were we comfortable with the town administrator going through that process and then recommending to us a hire? And so all of those top-level staff people come to the select board for approval.
Okay, let's go to microphone 5 then.
Rebecca Vieira, 48 Bingham Road. So I served as well on the governance task force as its chair. And so Brian and Vanessa are both correct that the recommendation from the task force was slightly different than this. The process that we used as a task force was, I think, more collaborative in nature. My personal opinion, not the task force opinion, is to support this bylaw. I think, over and over, we heard from the stakeholders, the folks who are giving or who are working in town hall, that the culture needed help, and it needed help by having a uniform way of going about their daily life in their employment. We just heard from how many of those folks that are actually working in those committees who just stood here and said that they support this. We have one, the elected board that is opposing this, but by and large, if we want to have a professional town hall, if we want to maintain our employees, if we want to maintain good employees, we need to have a good environment for them. And I think that we need to listen to what they have to say here. I think the potential is there's more disruption and interpersonal conflicts if you don't have a uniform human resources agenda or whatever to implement in the town hall. So I fully support this personally, and I hope you will too.
Okay, since you two were waiting there before Mr. Cruz stood up, I'm going to take the two speakers at microphone 5, and then Mr. Collins had intimated that he had an amendment to offer, and so if you still wish to offer that amendment, I'm willing to recognize you after these two speakers at microphone 5. Please proceed.
Lee Tatishchev, 130 Oak Knoll Road. I have chaired the Conservation Commission, I forget whether it's 4 or 5 times in the last 15 years. This matter came up before, brought up by Vanessa Maroney when she was on the Select Board. The same board felt it was inappropriate for their administrator to be managed by the town administrator, and at the time I supported it. I can now tell you that as a part-time, at-night chair of a board managing staff, it is not possible to do right by the staff. When they have problems, there's no way we can do it. We are in meetings all night long. You know, many of you have had hearings before me. You know I'm not indirect. And yet I was unable to effectuate some of the changes that I felt I needed to make. Many of them we could, and I partnered closely with my administrator, but I don't think there's anything, if we had a person who was in really needing management, I couldn't have managed a PIP of a staffer 2 hours a week at night. And I don't think anyone in this room could do that either. So I would strongly encourage you all to vote in favor of this. I wish I had done so earlier.
Thank you. Again at microphone 5, please.
Yes, this is just a question for clarification. If I want to make sure I
Please
understand.
introduce yourself. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Jane Anderson, Baldwin Road.
Thank you.
I want to be sure the Board of Health, the members of the Board of Health will continue to be elected. It's the people that work for the Board of Health as paid staff that would be under this.
I'm sorry. The question, I believe, is does it change the fact that the members of the Board of Health are elected? And the answer to that is no. This does not do any change to the fact that the members of the Board of Health are elected.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Collins.
Patrick Collins, 90 Apple Grove Lane, Chair of the Board of Health. I move that Section 3.3.2 and 3.3.3 of the proposed town administrator bylaw be amended to exempt the Board of Health and its employees. I believe we have a slide and we gave a handout. Did that get into the mix?
Yes.
So I don't have to read the whole thing, and I think we have a handout. Everyone, hopefully you grab one.
Yes. So we will recognize the motion as made by Mr. Collins that the proposed bylaw be amended, and I think most of you have the handout. I'll let you take a second to read it. You see that the amendments, the strikeouts, you see the word "and" stricken out sort of a little bit below the middle there, and then "and the Board of Health" is added both in that middle line and then "or the Board of Health" in the last line. And then if we could just, Aubrey, move to the next slide, because we also have and this also changes section 3.3.3. So basic content here is simply to add the Board of Health to the school department, fire department, and Gleason Public Library as being exempt from the new bylaw. Do we have a second for this amendment? Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Collins, I invite you to speak to the amendment.
Okay, as I stated before, the Board of Health unanimously opposes this motion. Not this motion, but the original town administrative bylaw. This exemption safeguards the integrity of the Board of Health mission to base decisions on scientific evidence, public health best practices, the well-being of Carlisle residents, and the safety of the environment. The police chief, the fire chief, the town clerk, the treasurer, the tax collector, the school, fire department, and Gleason Public Libraries have all been exempt. So we're asking, add us to the mix. And just going back to what I said before, maintaining an independent Board of Health preserves the integrity of its mission and aligns with the intent of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 111, to safeguard the public health as a distinct and specialized function of local government. This is the special legislative act that needs to be required to take that away from the Board of Health. So with that, I really hope that you guys will all support our amendment.
Thank you. Okay, now, is this a point of order?
No, it's,
Well, then, if it's not a point of order, you're not recognized.
oh, I'm not allowed to mention our board.
You wait for me, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay, yeah.
Okay, so here's where we are. The main motion is now deferred for the moment as we debate the amendment. Now, the Board of Health was kind enough to do what I always recommend, which is if you know you're going to make an amendment before you get to town meeting, please let people know so there are no surprises. Everyone can get prepared for it. So part of what that means is I think some of the boards aware of what the Board of Health was going to propose have already taken votes on this. So I will now ask, did any boards or committees vote a recommendation in anticipation of this amendment? So the Select Board?
The Select Board took a vote today at its meeting at 11:30 a.m. and voted unanimously to oppose this amendment.
Okay, thank you. And did FinCom or anyone, FinCom? Yes?
Finance Committee also voted to not support the amendment.
Okay, and did any other boards and committees? Obviously, the Board of Health has voted in favor of the amendment.
Yeah.
Are you reporting on the amendment?
Yes,
Okay,
on the vote. I mean,
okay, yes, please, go ahead.
yeah, Melissa Webster, 358 Curve Street. I'm on the Conservation Commission. The Conservation Commission voted unanimously in support.
In support of the amendment?
Oh, no.
Trust me. Okay. Mr. Henderson, are you reporting or is this to comment on the amendment? I'm sorry, at microphone 5, are you, did you want to? Okay, I don't think we have any more reports of boards or committee, or do we? Yes, is this a point of order? Get to the microphone, please.
Were you asking whether we voted on to support the bylaw or not, or the amendment from the Board of Health?
No, I'm asking about the proposed amendment to the motion. The motion is to petition the legislature for a special act. Okay, so that's confusing. If you didn't vote, if you didn't say the Board of Health is going to propose this amendment, what do we think about the Board of Health's idea? Then you didn't vote, okay? All right. With that, thank you for your patience at microphone 5.
My name is Ralph Anderson, and 433 Baldwin Road. I've been involved in town government for over 50 years on various committees, and I've seen as selectman and as other positions that when we have personnel problems between silos, they fester and they go on. So making one exception in the town offices, for one thing, I think is totally on the wrong side of what we're trying to do to make a uniform situation of the town offices.
Thank you. At microphone 2.
Carly Cox, 318 Maple Street. This is a question for clarification. What are the actual paid staff positions under the Board of Health?
Thank you. That's a good question. I'll turn that to the Board of Health because that's your domain right now. If you could answer that.
There's a health director and an assistant to the health director.
Thank you. I realize I actually departed from what I said was my standard procedure. I forgot to ask the FinCom and Select Board if you wanted to explain your votes, or are you merely reporting them? Did you have any?
I'll defer to Nathan Brown for the Finance Committee to speak.
Mr. Brown?
Clearly not as tall as the last person. Hi, my name's Nathan Brown, 153 Virginia Farm Lane. I'm a member of the FinCom. We voted to not support the amendment, or actually the original, we voted to support the original bylaw, but not the amendment. And the reason is that, first of all, we do see that there's a financial implication of doing this. We're going to be coming up against a lot of, well, today we voted a very large tax increase. We see that even getting more and more pressure for that in the future. And this will give us some ability to ease the pressure on staffing within Town Hall by being able to share resources for peak periods and just in general. I think for this, and this isn't specifically what we talked about in the FinCom, but it's in general. I think if you notice the bylaw, all of the town offices, all the town departments that are within Town Hall all the time are included, and it is for that cultural reason.
Thank you. And Select Board, did you wish to comment?
Scott Triola, Select Board. I would just like to point out that this Select Board spent how many months meeting with all the boards and committees in Carlisle to socialize our intent, to get feedback on the bylaw. We've revised the bylaw multiple times. And what's included and what's not included is very intentional. And the proposed amendment goes against the core of why we're bringing this bylaw, so we do not support it. But I do want to point out, we went through a very thorough process to proactively meet with every board, get their feedback, discussed it at length.
Thank you. Now back to the floor debate at microphone 1, please.
I would just like to say that
please
I think,
just identify.
Oh, Tony McBride's Pheasant Hill Lane. That it seems to me that this amendment from the Board of Health is conflating two things, which is the town in the town administrator role, which is the town administrator is not going in to establish and affect policy within the different boards. It's going in to ensure the consistency of the application of personnel policies. And so I don't see that there's the risk of the Board of Health not being able to consistently apply what it needs to do and to follow its mission, just like the Council on Aging, we follow our mission, and the fact that we would call in for the advice of the town administrator for a staff issue, it has nothing to do with what our goals and policies are. So I think that there's a conflation of those two, and that I think that the consistency of delivering the personnel policies across the board is a really good one.
Okay, back at microphone 4, please.
Brian Cruz, 71 Rogers Road. I can actually respond to that directly, I think. There's not a conflation of personnel policies, because what this does is effectively take away the agent of the Board of Health. The Board of Health is an enforcement agency. It effectuates and enforces its own regulations and the state's regulations. And it doesn't have its own agent under this bylaw. It doesn't appoint its own agent. How can it actually enforce its own regulations if it doesn't actually hire its own agent? It's just fundamentally incompatible. And yes, there is a distinction between personnel policies and enforcement policies. And you could have And what the task force originally proposed was a bylaw that consolidated personnel policies with the town administrator for day-to-day management of town hall without aggregating to the town administrator and therefore the select board hiring, firing, which is ultimately about who the Board of Health gets to appoint as their agent, as their enforcing agent. So I think that's important. Second, I think it's important to note that every single other department and board up there, school department, fire department, public library, this is a special act. They could have decided to take away the statutory authority of all those other departments and boards and aggregate to them as well. So this was simply a choice to make to say the Board of Health, of all the independent hiring authorities, is the one we're going to take away and decide that they are going to now be not able to hire their own agent. They could have said the same for the library. The library pushed back, and so they didn't. But they could have done the same with the Board of Health. They chose not to. It means that the Board of Health would no longer have its own enforcing agent. It would be appointed by the Select Board effectively and could have a disconnect between the enforcing policy of the Board of Health and the agent below them, and it's questionable that they be considered an agent given the fact that they weren't actually appointed by the board. So I would support this amendment to make sure that the Board of Health actually gets to hire its own enforcing agent so it can enforce its own regulations as the board was elected to do. Thank you.
Okay, at microphone 4, and feel free to raise the microphone if you need it.
Somebody's short around here. My name is John Lay. I live at 65 Lowell Street. I would posit that the Conservation Commission has an equally important role in the regulation of towns' health and safety issues. It finds itself in favor of the original motion. The Board of Health has its own budget that is not going to be impeded by this bylaw. In my 15 years on the Conservation Commission, the Board of Selectmen and any other regulatory body has never interfered with the procedure or decision that was going on before the Conservation Commission. I think that we're, well.
Okay, thank you. At microphone 1.
Thank you.
Please identify yourself.
Hopefully I won't screw up again.
I won't let you, you know that.
Okay. Melissa Webster, 358 Curve Street, and I'm a member of the Conservation Commission. Echoing John Lee's comments, our job on conservation is to enforce the laws around the Wetlands Protection Act. And obviously our agent, the job of our agent is to ensure enforcement. However, it's the job of the commissioners, not the agent, to make policy. Anyway, because of that division between a policy-making role and a policy execution role, we on the Conservation Commission voted unanimously in support of the TA bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Back at microphone 4, do we have more? Yes, please.
Hi, Stephanie Keene, Ember Lane. I'm on Youth Commission, and there was a comment earlier about the consistency between boards, and that's something. Sorry, I'll be louder. Stephanie Keene, Ember Lane, Youth Commission, and just in support of the bylaw. The reason being because it's very hard for a lot of volunteers to come in and coordinate with other boards, and our administrator has been amazing at helping us as a youth commission work with the recreation department for our registrations for our middle school students, for our Friday Night Live, and also just with all the different pieces of purchasing equipment and hiring entertainment. So we are very much in support, so just want to put that in there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I will just remind everyone, didn't cut you off because I figured you'd be short, but you're actually speaking to the main motion right now. The only question is whether the Board of Health is going to be in or out if the main motion gets adopted. So let's just make sure that we're speaking to that. Back at microphone 4, next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Larry Bearfield, North Road, Carlisle. As most of you know, we were on the receiving end of the rules and regulations of the Board of Health for 15 years. There were probably many times when we would have liked to have seen the Board of Health dissolved. But I think I can stand here now and say that the Board of Health operates to protect the citizens, and they did that for us. Through us, you were the recipients of a more healthy environment. It ain't broke, why fix it? I think leaving this here makes entire sense.
Okay, thank you. At microphone 1.
David Erickson, 237 Fisk Street. I was at microphone 3, but you didn't seem to notice that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Anyway, I'm here. I'm on the Board of Health.
Excuse me, let me just ask Jeremy, if you see someone back there, please keep the light on them so I can see the person.
They did shine the lights on me. Anyway, I agreed with the earlier speaker. Sorry, that was kind of a digression. I forget what his name was. He stated the case very well. The Board of Health answers to the state. And, it may be that other commissions are fine, but the Board of Health personnel need to have knowledge of health. They need to have knowledge of Title V. They need to have very specific knowledge. So using them to help fill out in other departments, it's like using a lawyer when your secretary's out. I mean, it's just, people are not interchangeable. And thinking that you can take somebody from one department and put them in another department and have them function efficiently is not necessary, is not an efficient move. I'm sorry, I got rattled just because I didn't get recognized. But anyway, I think it's very important. We've had past, actually, as they said, the Select Board did come to the Board of Health. We told them from the very beginning, this does not work. So they did come to us, they didn't listen to us. This says here the town administrator will consult with the Board of Health. If they decide to fire one of our employees, it doesn't say that we actually did have a draft earlier where it said the town administrator would only fire somebody with the concurrence of the Board of Health. That is not in the final motion. So we talked to the Select Board any number of times. We told them how we felt about this. They didn't adopt any of our suggestions. So, and we feel that it is as appropriate to exclude the Board of Health from this particular amendment as it is to exclude the library, for instance. So, anyway.
Okay, so I see 2 more speakers. If anyone else is going to speak on this amendment, get yourself to a microphone, because if not, it'll be these 2, and then we'll take a vote. Mr. Collins, if you need to rebut anything at the end, we'll give you one last chance. But let's start with microphone 4, then microphone 5.
Rebecca Vieira, 48 Bingham Road, and I'll be very brief in that it was brought up why these other departments are excluded, but the Board of Health was not. I'm going to point out those other employees are not in the town hall building. That's all.
Thank you. Microphone 5.
Yeah, Mark Bernstein, Peter Hans Road. Might be irrelevant, but I was going to make a motion to call the question.
Okay, so we have a motion to call the question. I have said that that's discretionary. I think since I've given everyone the warning, I think I'm not going to take that at this point. We'll take these 2 speakers. Does the Select Board have anything further to say? Okay, so these 2 speakers, Mr. Collins, and then we'll take the vote. So microphone 1.
Tom Bellata, 77 Nathan Lane. This seems like a complicated issue, but to me, there's 2 very simple points. I've volunteered in several committees. There's no way I can be responsible for personnel management. Just can't do it. I've managed hundreds of people in my career, but volunteering a few hours at night or whatever, you can't hold me responsible for proper employee management. And to expect that any volunteer can do that it's just not possible. Secondly, all three of the exceptions, school department has a professional management structure, superintendent on down. Fire department has a fire chief. Gleason Public Library has a library director. Those people are management personnel expected to be able to manage people. These other departments have volunteers part-time. They can't be expected to manage people.
Okay, thank you. Microphone 2.
Tony Mariano, 1134 North Road, Vice Chair of Board of Health. I think the question is fairly simple in my mind. If this would equate to taking the total control of health employees in town and transferring it to the town administrator and the select board, would take the control, some parts of the control, not necessarily just policy, from the Board of Health and give it to the select board. If the town feels that that's a good strategy, I think at some point the town may want to consider changing to an appointed Board of Health. Therefore, they will be under the control of the select board. If the town feels that public health is important enough to be independently elected because of the nature of the decisions that need to be made and the directives to their employees, I think they should consider this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Collins.
I guess in rebuttal, I understand that there is a conflation of HR and public health, and we tried to address that in our meetings. I'm up here because I want to hear from I would like everyone to vote on this. From my perspective, we just went through a huge heavy lift of updating the septic regs, and we took a poll in our last meeting, all 5 of us. Did we feel that we could have done that heavy lift, that enormous change to the septic regs, which I truly feel is a great thing for this town? Could we have done that if we did not have an independent health director? And all 5 of us said, absolutely not. So yes, there is an HR issue, and I completely understand the aspects of that, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here because I want to hear from the town. If you don't think it's important for the Board of Health, when it comes to public health issues, that they are completely independent, if you don't feel that that's necessary, don't approve this amendment. But if you feel that public health is really important, as I do, and needs to be independent from the select board, you have to approve this amendment. And with that, it's up to you guys. I really hope you're with me.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bernstein, your motion to call the question is now hereby approved. Okay, we are ready to vote. So, okay.
Yeah. Which? Yes, support for this.
Okay, so we are now, and so Aubrey, if you could just flip back one slide and then forward. I just want to make sure everyone is clear. We're voting on these amendments to the main motion, which is itself to adopt a TA bylaw. So it's an amendment to the proposal, okay? It would exclude the Board of Health.
So explain what a yes and no vote means, Mr. Moderator.
I'm sorry, explain what?
Explain what a yes vote means and a no vote, please.
Okay, thank you. Good question. So, if you vote yes on this, it means that the Board of Health is excluded from the proposed new administrator bylaw, which means that if you subsequently vote to approve the town administrator bylaw, then the Board of Health, the way it manages employees, doesn't change in the future. Is that clear? A no vote, so a yes vote is a status quo for how things work at the Board of Health. A no vote on this, in other words, you disapprove of the amendment, means that we then go back to the main motion as it was originally proposed, and you again get to consider whether all the consolidation of the personnel policies, responsibilities with the town administrator you'll get to vote that up or down. Actually, you'll get to vote it up or down. It's a question of whether the Board of Health is in the package or not. Okay? Clear? Are we clear now? Okay. So voting is now open. Okay, and we'll give a countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and voting is now closed. Okay, and Nancy, can I get the report from Benfield? Okay, we're a little delayed on the vote at Benfield.
Yeah, right. Time for the early bird special.
Nancy, are we okay there, or was there confusion about what the yes and no meant on this? Can I get the count from Benfield, Nancy? I can see what's happening on the screen here. But... Okay, here we go. All right. So we have 138 plus 1, a total of 139 in favor of the amendment. The vote against the amendment is 112 plus 13, which is a total of 125. The motion carries by a majority, and I so declare.
What's that?
So we now return to the main motion. So the main motion is now as amended by this, okay? So we're still considering changing the responsibilities of the town administrator, but it does not include the Board of Health in that change of responsibility.
Point of order.
Yes.
We can call for a revote, correct? I'd call for a revote.
Time out, time out, time out, time out. Hey, quiet. Okay. Fortunately, we haven't had this question in a very long time. Also, fortunately, I've had in my guidance that I've published for many years now what my rules are for taking a request for a revote, which is that I need, before I will, it's discretionary whether I rule it in order or not. And the question is there some reason, some new information, change of circumstance or something like that, that would lead you, that would lead us to believe that
I think there was confusion as to what a yes and what a no meant on the amendment.
Point of order.
I heard a point of order.
Point of order. Mr. Moderator, is it possible to put, for someone to put a slide up on the screen that clarifies what a yes vote and what a no vote is?
No, I have not heard a sufficient basis for believing. I think
you were mentioning that at Benfield you were asking about problems there, and the votes were coming in. It seemed as though there was confusion as to what this was voting for or against.
They were quite clear at Benfield.
No confusion here.
I'm not. That's not a sufficient base. I'm sorry. there's a high bar, you know, if there was some piece of information or something that was, or if there was, or if the vote was incorrectly counted, which I don't think it was, given that we have electronic voting. So, okay, yes, another point of order in back.
Peter Lively, Westford Street.
Yes.
I asked that if the select board is so unhappy with the vote and amendment, that they withdraw the original.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Could you just come down to 2? I don't know why 3 isn't working properly. But.
Hi, Peter Lively, Westford Street. I think if the select board is so unhappy with the amendment that they withdraw the base bylaw and rewrite it and present it at the next meeting, because this has already been going on for an hour, and that's all.
Okay, well, that's not exactly a point of order, but we are back to the floor debate. So we're on to the amendment. I'm sorry, the bylaw as proposed, amended by removing the Board of Health. So, further debate on this. Motion, microphone 2, please.
Barbara Poplis, Estabrook Road. Everybody who is applicable to this bylaw, except the police, are in the town hall. Everybody who's saying anything yes or no, except the police, is on a board. I would like to, and I understand the fire chief has special priorities. I would like to know the police chief's opinion of whether or not the police employees should be exempt.
And I'm not going to ask the police chief to answer that question because it's not relevant to what's in front of you. Any further debate on the main motion? Okay, we're now ready to vote on the main motion as amended.
As amended.
I'm sorry?
As amended.
As amended. Actually, let me ask you, given what Mr. Lively said, does the board, does the select board, do you still want this passed as amended? Just
Yes. Yes. We took a vote at our select board meeting earlier today, and we voted that if this amendment were to pass, which it has, then we would vote to support the town administrator bylaw as amended.
Okay, so now you know where the select board is, okay? Are we ready to vote? Okay, let's go to a vote. Voting is now open. We are voting on the bylaw as amended. Okay, and we'll do the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, voting is now closed. We have 181 plus 13, a total of 184 in favor. Us 194, thank you. I knew I would screw up eventually. 194 in favor, 59 opposed. The motion carries, and I so declare. Okay, so as some of you know, I posted on City in the Woods last night, and I said I'm usually loath to predict ending times, and I said I would be shocked if we're past 5. We are past 5. We've got a couple more. I sure hope we can continue. Is it the sense of the meeting, do we need a 5-minute break, or can we just continue? No, okay, we will just continue, and if you need to use the facilities, you will. Okay, we are on to Article 24, the MBTA Communities Consultant. Mr. Modell moves that the town vote to transfer $25,000 from free cash to pay for consulting services to assist the planning board with complying with Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 3A, the Commonwealth's MBTA Communities Act. So, speaking to this, for the planning board, I'm sorry, is Mr. Gashu will be speaking to Article 24, is that right? Thank you.
Hi, Joe Gashuin with the Planning Board, here to talk about Article 24, MBTA Communities Consultant Funding Request. So on May 12th, we voted unanimously to support this article. This request for $25,000 is intended to assist the Planning Board with technical guidance for the MBTA's Community Act and to ensure the Planning Board has resources to address the town's direction based on the outcome of Article 25, citizen petition for MBTA communities. So although this potential use of funds will not address all of the things we're going to discuss for the potential usage, it will support one of them. So we listed these out with our first primary concern would be hiring a water and wastewater subject matter expert, basically because the safe water supply and water treatment are paramount in this town. We realize that it's extremely important, and we need some better expert guidance on that if Article 25 does passes in terms of a larger, sorry. So the potential uses are hire a water consultant, wastewater subject matter expert to help us with the water supply, inevitable questions that will come up with water supply and treatment. If a larger unit does get passed, we'll have to address that, and we'd prefer to get better expert opinion on what that would impact the town. Commissioning a fiscal impact analysis. Accelerated housing will increase and acquire additional resources of the town, including education, fire and police, and other town services. Hiring a zoning lawyer, a master planner to help with the zoning bylaws that will never be affected by this, basically on the outcome of Article 25. Follow procedural laws, procurement laws for getting those consultant contracts in place, and then selection of open meeting, and then the following process to go to facilitate that. So we hope you vote yes for Article 24. Less contentious issues than the last one. So.
Okay, so thank you. We have the unanimous recommendation of the FinCom Select Board, and I presume also the Planning Board, in favor of Article 25. Do we have recommendations from any other town boards or committees? Article 24, I'm sorry, stated at microphone 2.
Eric Hollis, 105 Road. Environmental Sustainability Committee unanimously supports this article, especially when funds are allocated to studies of water quality and climate impacts.
Thank you. At microphone 4.
John Ballantyne, co-chair of the Housing Trust. The Housing Trust unanimously votes to support this article.
Any other town boards or committees? Okay. Floor is open for debate. Anyone? At microphone 1, please.
Adelaide Grady, 75 Indian Hill. I am a member of the Planning Board, Vice Chair, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. The state is providing substantial funding to municipalities to study compliance with MBTA communities. These available grants do not include technical assistance to study water and wastewater impacts that a developer, water and wastewater systems that a developer could employ in order to enable full build-out of any zoning strategy that doesn't limit development scale to a level that provides standard on-site septic systems. We need to understand what is feasible from an engineering perspective so that we can carefully craft zoning that minimizes the risk of unintended consequences. We can't rely on economic infeasibility when the state legislature has passed a $4 billion housing bond bill. That was August of last year, designed to enable housing production. The state's Momentum Fund is already unlocking private housing development that has been stalled by infeasibility. A fiercely opposed 40B project in East Milton Square was too expensive to build to attract investment. It's a 92-unit project. With $5 million from the state's Momentum Fund, it's now going forward. We will continue to engage with the Board of Health as we work towards zoning strategies that are protective of public health. This isn't a commentary on the Board of Health in any way. Defining the scope of any water and wastewater study, identifying appropriate engineers and consultants, and selecting a proposal and interpreting results are all items for which we would seek Board of Health input. Thank you.
Thank you. And microphone 5, please.
Yes, Jerry Ostrowski, 85 Patch Meadow Lane. Two comments. One is it enough money? There was quite a list that you guys had there of the items that would be covered. We're very concerned about the water quality. We're also very concerned about many things that Ms. Gray-Ebridge brought up. And we think it needs substantial work to be done to analyze this and its impact on Carlisle. I also question whether some of the funding requests that we just approved, if there is going to be denser development, if that comes into effect, what does that do to our requirements for fire trucks, police? I don't think any of that's been really thought through. So I would just request that you consider additional funds, and if that's enough, to be able to do this analysis correctly and timely.
Did you want to address the question, is $25,000 enough?
We realize $25,000 is nearly enough to address all the issues here. We're fully aware that we can't come and ask the town for $250,000 to, a semi-proper evaluation of one of these, especially water. The other thing is, we've got the finance committee looking at impacts of the town. From the person look, wars and build up alternatives. So no, to answer your question, the money is not enough. It's basically enough to start questioning the higher level of concerns we need to address.
Okay, back to microphone 1.
Debbie Bentley, 128 Field Road. I just want to make sure that this, because it could be a change in the lineup of the planning board, or it will be a change, that this money is only allocated for technical assistance. It won't be allocated like to fight the MBTA, fight the state about the MBTA housing act.
No, this is basically outcome.
Could you please use the microphone?
So it's targeting the one development, the 95 units. So if we do get that, and the town's direction says that's what we want to do, this is targeted specifically for that.
Okay. The motion is for consulting services to assist the planning board with complying with the act. So I don't think that spending money on fighting the act would be. Microphone 5, please.
Patrick Collins, 90 Apple Grove. I am the chair of the Board of Health, but I am speaking as a citizen. I am in support of this. I think it's a great idea. I look forward to working with the planning board, and anything you can get as far as technical support to help in this mission, I'm in support of it.
Okay, at microphone 1, please.
Thank you. Ann Jackson, 8100 Lane. Joe, thank you. I just wish to ask you to clarify. You said that the funds would be used for, like, the option 4, the 91 high-rise complex.
Yeah, that's it.
Time out. Questions are addressed through the moderator. What exactly are you asking?
My question is, I wanted a clarification on was the 25,000 to investigate the 95-unit option, which is option 4.
Could you clarify?
Sorry, so to clarify, it's one of the considerations, it's not one consideration. So it would be used for any of the other options. Any of the other options that were
Yeah, perhaps you could put up the slide, one of your earlier slides actually had the 4 possible uses that you had.
Yep.
One of your earlier slides. I think you'll need to use the arrow keys.
So the first option is hire a water and wastewater expert to help us better evaluate these options, especially in particular, so for the log development, we need help with that. And so we're not prepared to do that, so we have to seek expert guidance. From a financial standpoint, if that doesn't play out, we do something else, it's still making impacts with little town will have to accountable resource-wise, whether it's education, police and fire, other town services, DPW, and town hall, whatever else goes with that. It's a whole town system. So that would be another possibility, as well as zoning bylaws, to craft that wording correctly so we don't run follow anything else and still comply with the law. We probably need assistance with that also. So it's not just for that development.
So, thank you. Okay, and microphone 2, please.
Justin Harrison, North Road. My understanding is that this money would be used for consulting services, not specific to any particular plan that might be used to comply with the MBTA laws. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you please restate that question?
I just wanted to clarify the earlier question. My understanding is this money is not specific to any particular way that you would comply with the law, a particular plan that's to be used for consulting services to investigate a variety of options.
It's strictly for the effects of the town, not complying with the law. So if
and not for any one particular plan.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other debate on this question? Okay, I think we're ready for a vote. So we're voting on Article 24. This is $25,000 from free cash to pay for consulting services to assist the planning board for the MBTA Communities Act. Voting is now open. Yes vote is $25,000 for free cash. Give a 5-second countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And voting is now closed. Our result on Article 24 is 210 plus 13, or 223 in favor, 19 opposed. The motion carries, and I so declare. We're on to Article 26. In full because it's a citizen's petition and I don't want to miss any words here. So, Madeline Blake has submitted a motion that the town vote to advise the planning board to develop and present at a town meeting at least 2 alternatives to the multifamily conservation cluster strategy, including at least 1 article that satisfies the town's obligation to comply with the MBTA Communities Legislation, Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 3A, in a manner that minimizes the amount of land to be rezoned. Said articles to be presented prior to December 31, 2025, or if no town meeting is held before then, at the next town meeting held after December 31, 2025. I recognize Mr. Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Ken Costello, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Carlisle Alliance for Preservation, which has sponsored Article 25. The article that you're going to hear about here is an important one. We, as a community, this fall, will be voting on what may be one of the most consequential decisions we have made at a town meeting in many, many years, and this concerns our MBTA plan. So the plan impacts virtually everything we care about as a community. You can see the list here. All these things are impacted. Okay? And in particular, I mentioned water, because water is an issue, as we've talked about tonight, that you may not be able to fix if we run out of water or it gets contaminated. And our Board of Health has expressed concerns about a plan going forward, and they've encouraged us to be conservative, and they've also encouraged a minimal rezoning plan. Now, this process got started last summer in earnest, and it wasn't a terribly auspicious start. Okay? The mission here for our subcommittee was to develop compliant plans. They decided that this was an opportunity to develop high-density housing. And I will not mind telling you, I took some exception to that. And apparently I wasn't alone, because in the subsequent open houses they held, 80% leaving the second open house said they were opposed to the plan. And soon after that, the subcommittee was disbanded. So here we are. What's our ask? Well, warrant Article 25 asks for two things specifically. First, we're asking for additional vetted options to be proposed to town meeting in the fall. And secondly, we are asking that at least one of those be a minimal rezone plan. And that would be consistent with what the Board of Health recently asked for. The other requests there are somewhat more aspirational. We ask for community input on a regular basis, and we ask that the public be informed and educated prior to the fall town meeting so that we can vote knowing the details we need to know. Okay? Now, I have to say, overlay development has happened in other towns while we have been in the planning stage. I'm thinking about Bedford and Lexington specifically. And the results have been interesting. What we can tell you is it's not a great process. Homes don't get repurposed. It's not really a sustainable process. They get demoed. And you can see what it looks like in the photo to the right. That's a property on Loomis Street in Bedford. These homes get demolished and hauled off to a landfill. But I think maybe the most important point here you need to understand is that the process is not gradual. Okay? In Lexington, 2 years ago, they passed their rezoning. Within 1 year, they had 1,100 units under approval. So what about Lexington? Well, Lexington was the original poster child for the law. And 2 years ago, they passed their plan, and within a year, they realized it was going to have a dramatic impact on the town budget. Their finance committee estimated an average of $8,000 in budgetary deficit per unit constructed, $8,000 per unit. And as a consequence, in late March, they held a special town meeting, and 94% of those in attendance voted to rescind most of the rezoning. So my message here is we're going to get a shot at this in the fall. Let's get it right. Let's not be Lexington. Other towns have found creative strategies for mitigating the amount of development that happens. And what they've been doing is they've been rezoning areas that are already densely developed. Now, you might say, well, that doesn't necessarily apply here in Carlisle because we don't have a lot of dense development, and that would be true. But what we do have is Title V. And Title V applies wherever you have private wells and you have private septic, which is virtually every property in town. Title V limits the amount of density you can actually construct. The MBTA rezoning is 15 units per acre. Under Title V, If you have private well and private sewer, it's substantially less. And that becomes a factor in the kind of plan we go forward with. You need to understand Title V in order to understand MBTA. Okay? So this process continues to evolve. And I took this quote from April 30 in the Mosquito, and it says two things I think that are kind of important. First of all, it says the planning board is going to be developing additional plans, and we applaud that decision. We think that's terrific that they're doing that. But the second part of that sentence there that's highlighted is concerning, because it says that there's a trade-off between density and the amount of acreage you rezone. And that's really not accurate, because if you understand how Title V factors into the mix, the answer is a little more complicated. Title V can potentially reduce the amount of density that actually gets developed. So why do we want the warrant article? Well, first of all, let me make it clear. This is in no way intended as a rebuke of the planning board. These are volunteers. We appreciate the hard work they're putting in, okay? But what it is an affirmation of a community process that we believe is working. They need community input, and if we do this as a community, we'll get to a better decision in the fall. So that's why I'm asking you to vote yes on this. If you want options, you need to vote yes. If you want to have the last word as a community on what we look like going forward, I ask you to vote yes. Thank you.
Okay, no applause. Cut it out. Cut it out. Same rule for everybody on everything. Thank you, Mr. Mostello. You can sit down. So we, before I ask for the boards and committees, I would just like to clarify so that people understand this particular as a citizen's petition. As it says in the opening language, it's to advise the planning board. You're the legislative branch. The planning board is part of the executive branch. You elected them, but the planning board is the executive in this particular context. You can't tell them what to bring to town meeting, but you can respectfully request or advise, which is exactly what this does. It is not, so it's not an absolute directive. The planning board, it will be up to them whether to listen to it or not. But that's just the way the process works. Okay, is everyone clear on that? Okay, I don't have my notes in front of me on select board or FinCom. Were there any positions taken on this particular one? No positions taken. Did any other board or committee vote on this that wants to report? Planning board, please.
Adelaide Grady, Vice Chair of the Planning Board, 75 Indian Hill. Acknowledging that the Planning Board is elected to serve the citizens of Carlisle, the Planning Board does not take a position. We voted not to take a position on this article, and will await the outcome of the vote on Article 25. I do want to, I'll say
take you a moment if you need to explain the vote further.
Excuse me?
Did you need to say anything further about your decision not to take a position at this time?
I don't believe I do.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, with floors open for debate on this. Anyone, anywhere? Looks like we have someone moving to the microphone. Anyone else who thinks they might like to speak, please move to the microphone quickly. At microphone 5, please.
Hi, William Proctor, Buttrick Lane. Appreciate the enthusiasm and the presentation that was just brought forth on this amendment. This is not a question, it's more of a comment. I think when we look at this from an outside, it has good intentions of ensuring that we have multiple options presented in a thorough debate. But again, the last part of that clause is really the sticking point that sticks with me as a resident of Carlisle. It's taking the autonomy of the planning board, even if it's non-binding agreement here, but to push them into a place that may be at odds with the master plan, it may be at odds with the best practices and the vision that we have for Carlisle, and it may be at odds with reality in that fact that if we opt for a high density in a very small area with 95 units, we could argue that it's not feasible today. We could argue that it may not be feasible tomorrow, but it will likely be feasible. And we can argue that we could put it on an undevelopable land or only encumber several people that are going to be harshly affected by this with really no say in the matter or really no way to absorb that type of impediment. So I think it's really something that we have to be careful here, that we don't vote yes on this because it's properly presented in a way that presents options but only mandates one option is recommended, not that we present two options to the town to vote on, or that that has to adhere to the master plan or other planning expertise that our elected planning board puts forward. But we're actually mandating that one option, the most controversial option on the table, that has all of the red marks in their matrix that was provided by our planning board, is be considered specifically. So just take that in consideration when you vote yes or no on Article 25. Thank you.
Okay, microphone 1, please.
Adelaide Grady, 75 Indian Hill. I am the vice chair of the planning board, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. Just a couple of points. I'm trying to just speak to facts right now. One is that the slide that showed a photograph of stickers from the open house that we had in the fall, multiple planning board members witnessed individuals putting multiple stickers on that poster, which is why we have not used it as a legitimate survey. Second of all, neither Bedford nor Lexington in their bylaws, in their zoning, set floor area ratio limitations or other dimensional controls over the scale of what could get built from the zoning that they created. As a result, teardowns happened because the amount of value created on those pieces of property was so high that it made sense for there to be what some have described as a feeding frenzy. We have the opportunity to craft very careful, very tight zoning. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Now, I just want to issue a warning to people. Last two comments have come very, very close to a line here of getting out of scope. And here's what I mean. All you're being asked is, do we want to ask the planning board to bring us two options, or at least two options, one of which is of a certain type? That's what's in front of you. We're not actually going to talk about the merits of ultimately what might come in front of you. So it's a little bit of a subtle line, but I don't want to, we're going to have a big debate in the fall, I'm sure, but I want to keep this one tight and really focused. You're being asked, do we want to tell the planning board, bring us at least two options, okay? Back to microphone 2.
Hi, Peter Lively, Westford.
And feel free to lift that up.
So I've recently moved to Carlisle, so I've only been here about a year, and I've seen zoning changes when I was in South Boston, and zoning changes beget zoning changes beget zoning changes. So I think having some options to play against, to say this option or this option, if one going to super high density versus doing a more scattered approach, having those options will help inform, because one option might cause a slippery slope while the other option might help us prevent that. That's kind of all I have to say. I'll save the rest for November.
Thank you, and welcome to town, and welcome to town meeting. Mr. Bearfield, you've been to town meeting before, so give you a chance again.
Once or twice. Larry Bearfield, North Road. I appreciate what was offered here, and apparently now we have Stickergate. It seems to me that the whole title of all this, however, is a little bit of a misnomer. I was at the meeting we had, and I asked two questions. One, I asked, will the MBTA be increasing their parking? And the answer was no. Second question I had was, now I forgot what it was. But clearly, this has nothing to do with the MBTA. And although I appreciate that, what we're trying to accomplish here, I think that, the title of this is really a misnomer, and I urge the planning board to really consider what's really going on here, and that's the state imposing their will on communities, and we're being penalized for all this.
Okay,
That's
you're beyond scope. Just to be clear, I don't want to hear anything about whether you like what the state has done or not. It's, do you want at least 2 options to be brought to you in the fall? That is the question, and that's what we're sticking to. Mr. Levitan.
Mark Levitan, 105 Wolf Rock Road. With all due respect, Mr. Moderator, the choice in front of us includes a prescriptive part of the motion that says one of them has to be the highest density possible on the smallest amount of land. That has implications. If we can't talk about these implications, I urge everybody to vote no against this immediately, because this is what it's all about. It's about what the impact is on the town. And I'm very opposed to having this meeting, the legislature, dictate to an executive body that works in public and has a very talented town planner at their service and will do what we need to see at the fall town meeting. So I urge you to oppose this.
Okay, back to microphone 1.
Hi, Debbie Bentley, 128 Heald Road. For those of you that don't know, I've been practicing as a residential architect for 40 years, and I wanted to tell you exactly, or give you an idea about what the largest, the most dense option, which is in the summary, that has been asked of the planning board.
Don't go there.
No, I was going to say it's 4 times. Can I go and say it's 4 times the size of Benfield?
Nope. I want to keep this focused on, do you want 2 options in front of you, at least 2 options in front of you or not?
Well,
if you think,
it's not just...
Just let me be clear. If we have a bunch of people standing here, if you vote tonight to say, yes, we want 2, and then a bunch of people stand up and say, this one that we asked you to present, we asked you in the spring, be sure to present this, we think it's incredibly stupid, then yes, the process will have worked. We will discuss in the fall whether we think that's incredibly stupid or incredibly brilliant. But I don't want to get into the merits of whether high density is great or not.
Can I ask for an amendment?
Not on the scope. Your amendment needs, your amendment would need to be in writing unless it's just 1 or 2 words.
It was to change to at least 2 alternatives to the family conservation strategy. That presumably means there's actually 3 options?
Why don't you sit down and think about exactly what you want, and I'll come back to you. Microphone 2.
Or maybe it needs to be clarified that it's 3 options.
Microphone 2.
Tony Mariano, 1134 North Road, Vice Chair, Board of Health. I just would like a little bit of clarification. I'm sorry if it's just me, but a little confused at what this really means. How is it different from what the planning board is already doing? At every one of their meetings, they're considering in detail 4 different options. And would this, let's clarify, would this force them to bring more than one of those to town meeting? Is that what this is about? Or change how they're considering the options at this point?
Okay, fair question. I will take. Let me answer that question, and if either the planning board or the petitioners believe that I've misstated it, I invite you to correct me. The normal course, which is not the required course, is that when there's a change in state law that requires a board or commission to propose a bylaw change, Normally, what that board would do would be to work on it, consider as many options as possible, and then bring a single proposal to town meeting for approval. Board of Health has done that, would do it again, Conservation Commission, and so forth. That is the normal thing that has happened. Optionally, it is always possible if the board or committee believes that they'd like to give town meeting a choice between two or more options, they could bring those to the floor of town meeting. It will require some procedural complication as to what is the fair and efficient way to deal with it. But trust me, I've already been thinking about that question for several months, and it'll be manageable. It'll take us a while, but it'll be manageable. So the planning board could, without this request, the planning board could bring two if they so chose in the fall. So all you're doing is you are asking them, please, it's our advice, please bring us two. That's what this is about. What? 3. Okay, could someone from the, actually let me invite the petitioners to explain why this is 3 proposals.
3 proposals. Honestly, it was not our intent to get very detailed about how many we were looking for. What we wanted was a reasonable array of options at the fall town meeting, different options, something apart from what was developed last fall. And we asked that one of those be a minimal acreage plan with the intent of controlling how much development actually would get done. Okay, that was our, and understand this is non-binding. There is nothing that compels the planning board to do this. They have, in fact, been developing options, which we applaud, and we're glad to see it.
Okay, and so just reading very precisely what you've written here, it says at least 2 alternatives to the multifamily conservation cluster strategy. And I correct myself, I apologize. I understand what you're saying about 3. If the planning board continues, and they haven't decided anything, right? If the planning board brings something that they call multifamily conservation cluster, if they choose that at some point, which they have not yet now decided, you would then be asking, bring us 2 more, so yes, that's a total of 3. If they don't bring you multifamily conservation cluster, then you're asking them to bring at least 2, one of which is high density.
Right.
Okay, is that clear? Have I got that right?
That is
Ken?
the intent.
Okay.
And again, I want to make sure everyone understands it's non-binding. They could bring 5 if they chose to do so. That is ultimately their choice.
Okay, thank you. And so did the planning board have a correction to what I said?
I do. So, Mr. Moderator, Adelaide Grady, 75 Indian Hill, Vice Chair of the Planning Board. Many cities and towns, subject to the MBTA law, have brought multiple bylaw options in front of their town meetings. It's not just the normal course that you bring one, so I wanted to correct that.
I was referring to prior practice in Carlisle. Okay, so fair enough. Okay, back to the main debate, I hope. At microphone 5.
Cindy Kraft, 75 Petch-Meadow Lane. I guess clarification from the Board of Health, but my understanding is they support the minimal acreage, quote-unquote, high-density option.
We're not discussing that. Out of order. Microphone 1.
Mike Hanauer, Long Ridge Road. I've spent a fair amount of time looking at the data and the trends in our state and our nation. And I've come to the conclusion that we need multiple options. We need real choices to consider. And I think that voting yes on Article 25 is absolutely necessary if we want to have any chance of maintaining the Carlisle that most of us moved here for.
Okay, microphone 4.
Lisa Sankler, Stern Street. I also agree that we need more options. This is going to irrevocably change Carlisle depending on how we end up zoning. It's a complex issue. We're a town without public water or septic, unlike many other towns. We're in a position right now to have the luxury of looking at how other towns have responded, what has worked, what hasn't worked, and there are other plans that have been proposed in other towns that have not yet come up before the planning board. And I think it's worth it to have more options. A vote yes would give us the ability to look at everything and make informed choices.
Thank you. Microphone 5.
Thank you. Suzanne Spinney, 270 Fisk Street. And as a preamble, I want to say that I feel like we have been given a lot of information and everything's been publicized for public involvement. But apart from that, I think I'd feel a little more comfortable. I'm not quite sure what the purpose of this warrant article is, but I think I'd feel a little more comfortable if they hadn't put in that they want a certain type of development, which would be a very difficult development and would jettison certain aspects of additional housing in the town. If they just said, we'd like some more options, why don't you just say we'd like a variety of options? And I'd like that to be answered. Just ask, why don't we just provide a variety of options for the town?
I'm not going to entertain a question about motivations. Factual stuff we will do. Microphone 1.
Hi, I'm Madeline Blake, Carlton Road. There's no easy way for us to do this. Any option and every option is going to have a lot of trade-offs, impacts, costs, pros and cons, and benefits. Some options would allow us to have affordability requirements, some won't. Some will look different, some maybe wouldn't look as much distinguishable from what we have now. But having a variety of options gives us the opportunity for each person who might weigh those pros and cons differently and value different things more than other things to have a lot of choices to analyze those things in comparison to each other. Thank you.
Okay, microphone 2, please.
Justin Harrison, North Road. I just wanted to point out one thing. I definitely applaud the planning board's work lately, looking at a number of different options, but I would like to point out that even according to its own website, it is not committed to bring more than one of those. That is a goal, is one or more, is what it says on the website right now. The other point is that all of us, I think, fully support any option that's brought forward being fully vetted and compliant with the state's mandates and any other particular regulations and so forth and concerns throughout town. We want that to be fully vetted, just to reiterate. And then lastly, my fear here is that we get to the town meeting in the fall, in November, facing a deadline of less than 2 months after that to be compliant, and we're faced with one plan that is potentially with some very negative impacts or non-compliance. So we're looking for a variety of options here so we can select the best one.
Thank you. Let's see. Microphone 4, please.
Ryan Cruz, 71 Rogers Road. Mr. Marr, I'd like to propose an amendment to this motion.
What is your amendment?
To delete everything after the word strategy.
Delete everything after the word strategy. So let's see, could we just bring, Ken, if you could bring up the actual, so your first slide, I believe, or first or second slide had the.
All right, let's see. I think I can just go.
Strategy,
Okay.
Okay. That is simple enough. I will not require it in writing. Okay. So, as we said, very nice the way it appears on the screen here. So, the amendment is to strike everything from the 4th line on, so starting at the word including. Is there a second to that motion? Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Cruz, I invite you to speak to that as briefly as you can.
Thank you. I will be quite terse. It seems like everyone's in favor of telling the planning board we would like to see more than one option at town meeting. It seems like a lot of people are getting stuck at the idea that we're telling them a particular option at this time. Some people like that, some people don't. It seems like everyone's pretty much in favor of saying, let's have multiple options. My amendment to the motion would limit it to that fact.
Okay, thank you very much. We now have an amendment on the table. The debate, since I assume no board or committee knew this was coming, so there are no votes on it, correct? Okay. So do you wish to speak to the amendment? Please.
Carly Cox, 318 Maple Street. I was actually going to be making a very similar amendment. And for the exact same reasons, the only change that I was going to do is I was only going to strike the sort of middle part of it. So starting with including, but then ending at
You're either going to propose an amendment to an amendment, or you're going to say, I like this.
So I just wanted to say that the end of the original article is only talking about timing of when this would be brought. and I think that that is still a valid thing. So yes, I propose an amendment to the amendment. Sorry. Where the only part that would be struck would be starting at including and ending with rezoned. So leaving the end that's talking about the timing.
So, is there a second to the proposed amendment to the amendment? Okay, so the motion has been made and seconded. Okay. So, I hope we can vote on this very, very quickly. Okay. The motion is that before considering whether we're going to delete the part about the particular strategy, that that amendment include the date part at the end, starting with the word "said articles to be presented prior to." So I'll just read for you aloud what the proposed amended main motion would be if both things passed. I move that the town vote to advise that the planning board to develop and present at a town meeting at least 2 alternatives to the multi-conservation cluster strategy, comma, jump down to the next, to the third to last line, said articles to be presented prior to December 31, 2025, or if no town meeting is held before then, at the next town meeting held after December 31, 2025. Does anyone need to debate this one? At microphone 2.
Hi, Donna McMullen, Hillside Road. I make a motion to vote on Article 25 as presented.
I'm sorry, but
without any amendments.
I'm sorry, that's out of order.
Point of order.
What is the point of order?
Well, said articles. You've removed the word article prior to that, so said articles has no antecedent.
Fair enough.
Two alternatives. Alternatives are articles.
I'm going to ask the proponent of this date change amendment. Did I mishear you? Did you say that your proposed amendment was said alternatives to be presented instead of said articles? Did I mishear you?
Oh, yes, you did.
Okay.
It should be said alternatives since yes, it didn't actually call them articles in the beginning.
Okay, thank you. Yes. No, I do not. I do not. Okay, again, debate on the amendment to the amendment, if that's what we want. Are you just standing back at microphone 4, or have you been waiting to speak?
Oh, sorry.
No, I meant her, not you, Brian. Sorry.
I'd like to speak to the taking away the minimal amount of acreage. Is that now? Or?
No, that's not now. We're solely on the date piece. Okay, microphone 2.
Well, I might have the same question as the previous speaker. If you are removing the part of the written article that says specifically to present the least the lowest density option, and you are forbidding us to talk about why the low. Why?
I'm sorry.
Like,
that's the.
That's the same question, but could you explain? Like, if we're actually removing something from it,
We're not talking about that right now.
but we're the way it's amending is to be removing it, right?
No, because we're not considering that right now. There was a proposal to remove it, but we're not talking about that right now. All we're talking about is when we do that amendment, are we including or excluding the date portion of the language? That's all. That's all we're voting on. Okay? Anything else? Any further points of order or debate on this? Please move to, yes.
I think I can be plenty loud
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, but we have people watching at Benfield, so you have to use the, but actually, I should say in the future, if anyone is unable to speak from their, get up from their seat, it's certainly possible to request that a microphone be brought to you. These are wireless.
Okay.
I wish I'd said that before, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Please identify yourself.
All right, now I've got to remember what I was about to say, which was pretty minor. I think I just wanted to ask exactly what a yes vote means and what a no vote means for this particular vote.
Okay, that's a good, that's actually, oh, no, you don't have to.
I forgot to say my name, Helen Young, 623 Heald Road.
Okay, thank you, Helen. All we're doing, I'm going to just walk up here and.
Amendments, Wayne.
What we are doing, and except that the word articles would get changed to alternatives, okay? What we're voting on is, do you want that language to be part of the amended motion should Mr. Cruz's amendment subsequently be passed? Do you want that to stay in or out, okay? Mr. Cruz proposed, the first amendment was to drop everything after the word strategy in the third line. So it just takes the date stuff out of the motion. This would put it back in, but then you will then get the chance to debate and vote Mr. Cruz's proposed amendment. Okay? So it's just date stuff in or out. All right? We're ready to vote? Okay. All those in favor, please vote.
Wait, what's a yes vote?
I'm sorry, I'm still getting some confusion. A yes vote means that those dates would stay in the amendment that Mr. Cruz has proposed. So it's an amendment, it's a proposed amendment to a proposed amendment.
So that's what yes is.
That's why I asked, did you really think we needed to do this? Okay, if this is a question.
There's still a problem with the wording.
I don't care, I don't care, it's only a question of yes or no, do we understand what we're voting on? If there's a problem, we've already closed debate. Okay, if you're in favor of the amendment, we're going to open the voting. The amendment to the amendment. Okay, and we'll do a countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. I'm just waiting for my numbers to come in from Benfield.
You might not make your plan.
Okay, so we have 127 voting yes. We have 40 plus 9 for a total of 49 voting no. So the proposed amendment to the amendment carries. So that we're now back to the amendment proposed by Mr. Cruz. So just to restate that, and actually it would be incredibly helpful if Ken, either you or Aubrey could actually just show it on the screen.
What are you looking for, Wayne? specifically?
Wayne?
Oh, well, you want to actually edit it.
Show the strikeout of the 3 lines and then change articles to. Point of order. 1 second, please. Yes. Yeah, just, well.
Maybe just highlight it or something.
No, font, you can do a font strike. Yeah, okay, yeah.
There you go. I did it for you.
This is such a waste of our time.
Okay, now what is your point of order? Okay, except we do need to change, the word articles needs to be changed to alternatives. Okay? So, what was the point of order? I'm sorry.
Barbara Poplis, Estabrook Road. The only question is the words from "in a manner that basically has the minimum land." So there's no reason to
No,
strike.
I'm sorry. Someone said point of order. That's not a point of order. What was the point of order? Please.
Marilyn Cagini, 300 Curve Street. My point of order was, I think you were saying that we now need to vote on the amendment. But if we have already amended the amendment and voted in favor of the amendment to the amendment, we don't need to vote on the amendment, do we?
We do. No.
That's the point of order.
We did not vote on the main amendment proposed by Mr. Cruz. That's what we're now back to, okay? So we've changed the word articles to alternatives. Okay.
All right.
So the question is, do you want those strikeouts and that one word change, do you want that to be in the main motion when you get to the main motion, but you're not there yet, okay? I'm sorry this gets so arcane, but you should consider yourselves lucky that you don't live in Concord or in a representative town meeting. Let's go.
Ellen Kriegel, Fisk Street, there's still a problem with the wording. There's an assumption. You say alternatives to be presented prior to December 31st, or if no town meeting is held before then. You're making the assumption that they will be presented prior to December 31st at town meeting. You could actually present them at some other date on before December 31st.
I'm sorry, there is no problem. The second line says present at a town meeting. That's the predicate for what follows.
No.
Let's go to microphone 2.
I think, Nancy Sesniak, 124 Aberdeen, I think that this is now when I was supposed to say what I said earlier, but...
Yes, you're now in order.
So I'm sorry, but in the past deliberations here, you have not allowed people to speak to the pros and cons of a specific option, but now in this scenario where you're removing the actual heart of this article of considering this particular option, there is a reason that people signed this petition, because things like the Board of Health and stuff like that actually support this particular option, and it appeared as though this particular option may get overlooked. So since that is true, the pros and cons of this particular option need to be considered either more strongly here, or the amendment needs to be turned away or voted no upon.
That's a good statement in opposition.
Okay.
Very clear.
Amelia Fournier, 745 East Street. I would encourage everyone not to remove the minimum acreage. What we're asking is that we're advising the planning board to fully vet out this option so that we know the pros and cons as a town when we go to fall town meeting.
Okay, thank you. And at microphone 2.
Susan Provenzano, 80 Mill Pond Lane. A lot of people seem to be afraid of this, learning about this option of the minimizing the amount of land. But by having the minimum amount of land plus Title V, we could potentially really reduce the number of build-out that happens, because you'd have a small amount of land, and Title V would then also reduce the amount that could go on that land.
Okay. Microphone 2.
Heather Head, 98 East Riding Drive. Well, as I see it, this is, advising the planning board on what they should, include, but that doesn't mean even if we strike it out that the planning board could still include it as one of their options.
Yes, this is the whole motion is advisory.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if we want to ask them what they would do, or that's out of
No,
scope.
I am not going to ask them. That's not on the table. And there's an election coming up in a couple of weeks, so the planning board today is not the planning board that will be in place following June 3rd.
Hi, William Proctor, Buttrick Lane. Just as a quick comment, as the presentation at the start of this particular motion, it was all about presenting options. I fully support this amendment because it is actually doing exactly what the petition initially tried to sell this as. And by removing that subsequent language around mandating one particular option, we still allow the town to have the options to vote. And we're encouraging in a non-binding manner to the planning board to consider multiple options. So please vote yes on this amendment.
Okay, and this will be the last comment, and then we're going to take a vote.
Sharon Hart, 766 North Road.
Please get closer to the microphone and feel free to lift it up if you need to.
Sharon Hart, 766 North Road. This is my first foray into town meeting, and this is great, and I want to thank all the volunteers that work so hard on these, everything that they've done. And I did go to when they came and presented the MFCC and saw a lot of people weren't in favor of it. And that was kind of the one that they were pushing. And I thought it was good that somebody was investigating and looking into that as an option, but I didn't really feel like it was the best for our town. And then now have been to more meetings and see that they're more open to feedback from town. But I think it took citizens really being active and not feeling like we were being heard to get them to consider more options. So I am afraid that if we don't say yes to the original Article 25, that we might only be presented with one option. And then I don't agree with the amendment because I do actually want, not that I favor this option, but I do want it as one of the options, just to, again, vet out and know all of the options. And if we don't say yes to minimum, then they might not bring that forward. So I would say yes to Article 25 and no to the amendment.
Okay, we're now ready to vote on the amendment. So what we are voting on is if you vote yes, then we will subsequently talk about the motion as it now appears as edited on your screen. If you vote no, then those strike-throughs will disappear. The words will magically reappear. The word articles will reappear. Alternatives will disappear in that near the bottom there. So is that all clear? Yes. Okay, clear to everyone. Okay, let's take a vote. Voting is now open. Okay, and we'll give a 3-second countdown. 3, 2, 1, and voting is now closed. And so we have our vote is 83 in favor, 131 plus 11 opposed, so that's a total of 142. The motion fails, and I so declare. So we can now do a couple of Control-Zs, and we'll be right back to where we need to be. So we are now back to the main motion, and is there anything about this that we haven't already heard? I could have asked if anyone's stomach was rumbling. Okay, so we're ready to vote then? Okay. So, there's the food truck. Yeah, I'm sorry, the food truck is long gone. So, yeah, we could have risen to a point of order on that. Okay, we're now voting on the unamended motion as originally made. As you see it up here, voting is now open. Okay, and we'll do a 3-second countdown. 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. Okay, our vote on Article 25, Citizens Petition, is 162 plus 5 in favor, a total of 167, 54 plus 3 opposed, a total of 57. The motion required a majority. It carries, and I so declare. Okay, the next easy article, number 26. We're on to the accessory dwelling unit zoning bylaw. Motion from Kate Reed is to approve motion 26 as printed in the motion's handout. I will summarize that. What we have is a proposed amendment to our zoning bylaws to comply with the new state legislation, and that requires striking one portion of our existing bylaw dealing with accessory apartments, striking that current provision in its entirety and replacing it with a new section that talks about accessory dwelling units and sets certain requirements for that. This will be a majority vote, and I recognize Mr. Kurt Heschelman to speak to the motion.
All right, well, thank you very much. I'm Kurt Heschelman. I'm representing the Planning Board for Article 26, which is the accessory dwelling unit bylaw. Oops. Okay, just a little legalese here. Pursuant to MGL Chapter 48, Section 5, the Planning Board held a public hearing for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment under Article 26. The hearing opened on March 24th, 2025, continued April 14th, 2025, and closed April 28th, 2025. At their meeting of May 12th, 2025, the Planning Board voted 5-0-0 to recommend Article 26 to town meeting. And we are asking for a yes vote today to approve Article 26. Okay, so what is Article 26? Article 26 is a proposal to remove the existing accessory apartment bylaw and replace it with a new accessory dwelling unit, ADU bylaw, that's aligned with the new state of Massachusetts law that allows ADUs by right. That's very important. So just a little background. The existing accessory apartment bylaw allows, we've had it on the books in Carlisle for quite a while, it allows accessory apartments up to a maximum of 1,200 square feet. And these were approved by the Planning Board by special permit. Okay, so now what we're proposing, though, is an ADU bylaw. Again, this will align with the state requirements. It allows accessory dwelling units up to a maximum of 900 square feet, so a little bit smaller. It requires a site plan review by the Planning Board. And the proposed ADU bylaw aligns with the new state of Massachusetts ADU law and regulations to allow ADUs by right. That was passed February 2nd, 2025, Groundhog Day. So What else is in this bylaw? What do we have in here? So again, I've said it aligns with the state requirements, law and regulations. It's applicable townwide to any single-family zoned lot with a principal dwelling, which is a structure with at least one housing unit. The ADUs will be permitted on pre-existing non-conforming lots and within pre-existing non-conforming structures. So you still have it by right. It allows for attached or detached structures. That's similar to our accessory apartments bylaw now. It allows for new or existing. The maximum size for the ADU would be 1/2 the gross floor area of the principal dwelling unit, or 900 square feet, whichever is the smaller of the two. It requires one dedicated off-street parking space. Owner occupancy would not be required for the principal dwelling unit or for the protected use ADU. The principal dwelling unit and protected use ADU would be held in common ownership, so you couldn't sell one off. The short-term rental, think Airbnb, is allowed for ADUs where the principal dwelling is owner-occupied. The bylaw, or the new regulations, also establish some design standards. It prohibits manufactured homes, it prohibits separate driveway openings for the ADU, and it provides requirements for administration and enforcement. So what this means, if you vote no, the existing accessory apartment bylaw would remain in effect for accessory apartments for 901 to 1,200 square feet by special permit. However, protected use ADUs up to 900 square feet are still allowed by right, and applicants would only need to apply for a building permit with no public process. So that means no legal notice to abutters, no site plan review or public hearing with the planning board, and there's no design standards that would be in effect. A protected use ADU and accessory apartment could also be built on the same lot if the septic capacity allows. An applicant could go get a permit for an accessory apartment, get a special permit, and then they could turn around and build an ADU by right. Whoops. So we're asking for your yes vote, and what that means is we will still have a public process with a site plan review for by right ADUs up to 900 square feet. This will provide for legal notice to abutters, a public hearing with the planning board, and design standards. The requirements are clearly spelled out, which is beneficial to the property owners who want to apply. It's beneficial to the volunteer board members and the staff who have to administer the process. Only one ADU is permitted, and of course, compliance with other state and local regulations is still required. So that today, the planning board is asking for your yes vote.
Thank you very much. Okay, and we have our recommendations. We obviously have the recommendation of the planning board, and we had their report. Both FinCom and Select Board recommend passage of Article 26 by unanimous votes. I'm so proud of your committee for doing their job and reviewing every relevant article. Please, give me your report.
Eric Ballas, Knoll Farm Road. The Environmental Sustainability Committee unanimously supports passing this article.
Thank you. Any other boards or committees look at the articles? This article, I should say. Okay, floor is open for debate, if any. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, so I guess we're ready for a vote. Is that right? Okay, no, we've got one, okay.
Hi, Kay Hurley, School Street. I have a question about the size of the ADU, that it can't be, larger than half the size of the existing house? And if you already live in a very small house,
it pretty much says that if you want an ADU, it'll be about as big as your woodshed. And I'm wondering what the logic is behind this constraint, because it's as if you're trying to punish people that already live in a small dwelling.
Yes, so the size of the ADU is prescribed by the state law, and we have aligned with the state law. There's no punishment, it's strictly alignment with the state law.
Ms. Hurley, I'll recognize you again.
But do you have to align with it? That sounded like a cop-out to me.
It is an alignment, so no, I don't believe we had to, but I can't really, that was what was voted on by the planning board, so it was vetted in a public process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? At microphone 2.
David Erickson, 237 Fifth Street. In the case you just brought up, could she apply for a special permit then for doing?
No, what we're proposing here today is we will strike the existing accessory apartment bylaw, so that will be removed in favor of this new bylaw.
Right, but this new bylaw says you can apply for a permit for an accessory dwelling unit between 901 and 1,200 square feet, which doesn't meet the state, right.
Yeah, no, sir, that's not the intent. If that is the way it's being read here, the current bylaw will be struck and replaced with the new bylaw, which has a maximum ADU size of 900 square feet.
Okay, it doesn't say here in the bylaw that it's 1/2 of the current size of the house.
I'm sorry, Mr. Erickson, could you please tell us exactly where you are pointing?
Well, this says that you can
just give us a paragraph, which paragraph you're looking at.
It splits the page. So it's item 1. You can, to provide for 1, a protected use accessory dwelling unit of up to 900 square feet. It doesn't say 900 square feet or 1/2 of the current house size. Or 2, accessory.
I'm sorry, Mr. Erickson, we're running really late.
Well, no, I know, and I agree with you.
I want you to tell us specifically what is the language that you're asking about.
I'm just asking if she would
point to a paragraph. If you can't point to a paragraph, I'm not allowing the question.
Well, the question is, could she build a 900 square feet accessory apartment unit even though she only has a 1,200 square foot house?
No, so the answer, sir, if in the bylaw, in the details in section 5.6.2, it reads, is not larger in gross floor area than 1/2 the gross floor area of the principal dwelling, or 900 square feet, whichever is smaller. So that's in the definition section, 5.6.2 of the actual bylaw.
I'm looking at your summary, that's the problem. But
Yeah,
there's also the 2 where you can apply for a permit to build over 900 square feet. So could she apply for a permit in that case?
Okay, Mr. Erickson, I'll ask you to sit down and read the motion as it's printed, and then if you still have a question, you can come back. Microphone 1.
Carly Cox, 318 Maple Street. So I actually think I might be able to answer that question first. The thing you were referring to was...
You're going to be using your time. If you choose to answer it, you may.
It's fine. That was if people voted no, that's where that would come. So that's what he was referring to, the slide that was on the no vote. But I do have a clarifying question that's kind of related to that. So we're striking entirely the accessory apartment, which means that if you wanted to build something that was between 900 and 1,200 square feet, or to the point earlier, if your rear restriction is lower because your size is lower, would that mean that there is no pathway to do that if this gets voted on? You can't do a special permit at all, and nothing, there's no way to have an accessory apartment that's greater than 900 square feet or greater than half your square area?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or clarifications? Yes, back at microphone 2.
Diane Powers, Carlisle Pines Drive. I just have a question about the fact that it says to ensure compliance with the new permitting requirements. What does that mean if we don't vote for it? What occurs?
So the state law overrides the current Carlisle, or the state law would take precedence. So the way a person would go about building an ADU bylaw, they are now enabled by the state requirements. They would come into town, they would say, I would like a building permit for an ADU up to 900 feet, and then they would get a building permit to do so. There would be no process where they would have a site plan review with the planning board. There was no notification for abutters, that they wouldn't get a say or have any input, or maybe not even be aware that it was going on. There are design standards in the new bylaw that provide guidelines and standards for what can and can't be put on that lot. And so if there's no new ADU bylaw on the books, then we won't have that guideline, those guidelines, that design information, and that process going forward.
Thank you. At microphone 5.
Okay, Heather Hedden, 98 East Riding Drive. Yeah, I see that the choice is having more, the oversight that we've had, or losing that versus losing the ability to build larger units, which is especially a problem if you live in a very small house. And I guess the way to resolve that is first build an addition on your house and make it bigger, and you could, which you could still do. It's a different type of permitting to just build an addition that's not accessory. It's your own primary, right?
Yeah, an addition is different than having an ADU. Yes.
Yeah, but once you've added an addition and then you've expanded your square footage, then you can build an ADU that is of a livable size if you had, if you wanted to.
Yes, but if you would follow the rules of the bylaw, if it passes, yes.
Okay, back at microphone 4, please.
Brian Cruz, 71 Rogers Road. This was in the presentation. I think it's worth reiterating. The reason why the current accessory apartment special permit bylaw needs to be struck is otherwise someone could get a special permit accessory apartment and then still get additionally an ADU by right under the state requirements. Because our special permit ADUs don't qualify as the as-of-right ADUs per the state. So that's why it needs to be struck. Otherwise, someone could get one of each.
Okay, and at microphone 2?
Justin Harrison, North Road. Just a clarification of the gentleman's point earlier. There's a document linked off the website for the town meeting that's called the searchable warrant that appears to contain the old text with the option 2 for the special permit still. I think that's where he's...
That's why I said I want him to look at the motions handout. That's the only thing that's in front of us. Everything else is informational.
Understood, but a number of people are probably looking at this as an official document, having prepped for this meeting as I did and noticed that last night.
Okay. At microphone 1.
Adelaide Grady, 75 Indian Hill, Vice Chair of the Planning Board, speaking on my own behalf, I guess. I just want to note that a no vote, while it would allow someone to have both an up to 1,200 square foot accessory apartment per the underlying bylaw, and then go get a building permit for a protected use ADU, the number of AAs up to 1,200 square feet, accessory apartments up to 1,200 square feet, allowed in the underlying zoning is a maximum of 75. So it's not like everybody could do it. It's just 75.
Thank you. I see no one else ready to speak, so I think we're ready to vote. Okay, so we are voting on the unamended motion, and unfortunately, just to confuse, the main motion is to amend our zoning bylaws, but that's just the way it goes. So we would be striking Section 5.5 about accessory apartments and replacing it with a new I'm sorry, I said section 5.5, 5.6, accessory apartments, and replacing that in its entirety with a new section 5.6, accessory dwelling units. Voting is now open. And we will begin our 5-second countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. And our vote is 137 plus 11, or a total of 148 in favor, 17 no. Motion carries by well more than a majority, well more than 2/3, and it passes, and I so declare. And now, finally, we are on to Article 27, the Board of Health Mosquito Monitoring Program. Motion by Mr. Collins that the town vote to become a member of the East Middlesex Mosquito Control Project pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 252, Section 5A, and other applicable sections of said law, and to transfer from free cash the sum of $15,000 to be used for a mosquito surveillance program with services to include trap collections and disease testing and educational services. Motion has been made. I would ask if you are leaving, please do so quietly on silent cat feet. I would just like to, I want to point out I made a procedural decision here. This motion is somewhat more precise than as printed in the warrant handout, in the warrant book, which only mentioned the $15,000 from free cash for the mosquito monitoring program. The question was whether the additional language about joining the East Middlesex Mosquito Control Project was a substantive change beyond the scope of the original article. We ran that down with the assistance of the Board of Health, and I consulted with Town Council, and it is my conclusion that joining the board, this project, is about like signing up to join Costco as a member. You can get in and out in your year. It's not, doesn't sign you up for life as we had previously encountered when we were members of the Minuteman Vocational District, signed up for a 40-year duration. So I've concluded that the motion as presented by Mr. Collins is in scope. Okay, just wanted to let you know that was a ruling I sort of was prepared to make. I now recognize Mr. Marino to speak to the motion itself.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and being that this is the last article, I congratulate everyone for sticking around, and I'd like to acknowledge the wonderful job that our moderator has done through this difficult meeting.
No applause.
So we've considered this type of approach to mosquito control for quite many years, and we're happy to finally bring it in front of the town for consideration. What we're looking to do is join the East Middlesex Mosquito Control Program, or project is what it's called, and only at a capacity to do surveillance and analysis of what the threat is in our town of Carlisle. If you look at a map with all of the towns that have coverage or are part of any one of a number of mosquito control projects, Carlisle sits as a little hole in the donut in the middle. And so our question to the programs that presented to us was, do we need to? And this has been a question brought up by town quite a bit, and I think it's a valid one. Do we need to, or can we just kind of go off of what our neighbors are doing and make our decisions based on that as far as how to advise the public on actions related to particular mosquito-borne illnesses. The answers from the experts were that Carlisle's unique, as most communities can be, but especially Carlisle because of our variety of wetlands and forests. And so to understand which species of mosquitoes are in Carlisle and which are capable of carrying these diseases and which are actually carrying them is an important thing to know when we advise the public on these matters of public health. So we propose that you consider voting to join this program so that we can, it would include surveillance. They would send their expert entomologist and his staff out to actually trap mosquitoes in certain strategic parts of Carlisle and understand what those species are and if they are the ones that carry Eastern equine encephalitis and West Nile virus, which are the prevalent mosquito-borne illnesses we're dealing with. And that would be excellent knowledge, because what comes up against the Board of Health is how do we advise the public when during those months of August and September and before the first frost, how do we advise people to behave when there's a possibility of these diseases? Often the question comes before us, do we advise to close playing fields around just before dusk when those mosquitoes that carry these illnesses are most active? And that's a big decision. There are a lot of people, especially our kids, that use these playing fields in their sports leagues and that type of thing. And we don't want to make those types of decisions ill-advised. So this will give us the ability to understand what the risks are to Carlisle and how to advise the public on that. And not just closing of fields or any kind of mandated activity, but just suggestive activity, advice that we can give in that period of time that we deal with those mosquitoes. And again, it's usually mid-August or so through the first frost is when we can encounter those. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have recommendations from FinCom and Select Board unanimously in favor. Board of Health obviously recommends unanimously in favor of Article 27. And the Environmental Sustainability Committee, what say ye?
Eric Ballas, Knoll Farm, and the ESC unanimously supports the monitoring program, but it does have concerns regarding potential negative environmental effects of some certain mitigation techniques.
Okay, thank you. Floor is now open for debate. Microphone 1, please.
Lana Zamaro, 398 Lowell Street. Make this quick. Mitigating effects, could that be spraying, townwide spraying?
Mitigation is not in front of us today.
He referred to mitigation. Mr. Mariano referred to mitigation. He said advise the public educationally on mitigation they could take. Exactly.
And could inform the Board of Health on what they could advise or recommend and take actions that are within their purview.
Okay,
spraying is not in front of you. Spraying would take money. There's no money in front of you on mitigation, on that particular mitigation.
So my question really is this a prelude to potentially moving towards townwide spraying?
This is a prelude. Okay, that is a fair question. Mr. Mariano.
That's an excellent question, and I'm sorry that I failed to hit that point in my first summary, but it absolutely has nothing to do with spraying and nothing to lead up to spraying. And as a matter of fact, I certainly can't speak for the board on this, but I can't imagine that we would ever approve of spraying in any situation unless it was a public health emergency. And that would probably be controlled by the state, not by the local Board of Health. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Also at microphone 1. That's you. Yes.
Hi, Melissa Webster, 358 Kerr Street. I just want to make a general little quiet comment about West Nile and Eastern equine encephalitis, because those were just mentioned by Mr. Mariano. Those have been endemic in our area for a long, long time. I've vaccinated my horses for more than 20 years against both of those. So I just want us to realize that as a town, these are not brand new threats, and they're not reason for huge alarm. Obviously, we don't want to get bitten and infected when these diseases are circulating, but I just want us to not overreact.
Thank you. Any further debate or questions on this? Okay, looks like we're ready for a vote. Okay, we are voting to authorize Article 27, mosquito monitoring. We're voting to authorize transfer of $15,000 from free cash to pay for the mosquito surveillance program, including joining the East Middlesex Mosquito Control Project. Voting is now open. And a 5-second countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The vote is 120 plus 9, total of 129 in favor, 11 opposed. The motion carries by a majority, and I so declare. With that, we come to the conclusion. I thank all of you stalwarts for hanging out this long. I apologize, especially to the people who already left, that I misestimated. Teaches me a lesson. I entertain a motion to dissolve this. All those in favor? You may vote with your feet. Oh, and please return your clickers.